No, my aunt and uncle. So my cousin is here, and they visited, and they went back actually in the fifth. Which is good. I think we better start, isn't it? Hi, Rexy. Do you want to come around the So let me introduce myself. My name is Hannah. Okay, I'm Debbie. Exactly. The office. I am an LP neuroscience and yes, default. I want to see. All right.
Some clarification about where people stand
So
when they
what's
talk.
where they're standing here because they are live streamed from here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Each person
If they don't want to stand here, they can still stand there, and they will be live streamed.
from.
So I have to just move that round.
Okay.
Which wherever they are standing, I have to just move the camera.
Okay.
So I can go and stand there. What I will do is once I've done that, and I'm saying what's next from here. When I say let us now welcome Professor Katie Normington. That's when I say to lead the Glastonbury candle, then you come up there and then you take her the candle. I'll keep on introducing her. I'll keep going.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And you keep going with the candle.
Okay.
Okay.
But in running, so if we turn this,
So maybe you can turn
it's
this.
live. Live already.
Yeah, it is light. It is light, yeah. But that doesn't matter. We've not started. But this one is better because the lights are better. Oh, okay. You can get this one. No, just sit down there and I'll start. Okay, so I think we better make a start now. What I will be doing is I'll be hiding a little bit here because, of course, we are live streaming the event as well. If I can ask everyone to grab a seat and we make a start, yeah? It's already one past. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us for a long time now, as well as those who are new to CAUSE and ever since we started our partnership with CAUSE at De Montfort University. So today marks the 5th International Peace Day event, and we are proud to be able to host it today here at this wonderful university with all of you. During the last 2 years, we had to embrace digital platform to celebrate International Peace Day on the 21st of September, and I know many of you were waiting to celebrate the day face-to-face. Here we are today. So thank you for your patience and support throughout. This year, we have changed the date to align with the British Science Festival that is taking place at Leicester and in collaboration with De Montfort University. Now, before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped us make this event come together to become a success. We couldn't have done this without you. A special thanks to Komal and Anectors for helping us today, and we will hear from them during today's event about the work that they are doing at the university. I would also like to thank one of our PhD students, Yvonne Sansoy, for giving her precious time when she's really in her writing phase as well in her first year. Really appreciated. I would also like to thank the Media and Communications Research Center for their consistent support and encouragement in organizing events with the community to strengthen our research. Now, throughout the day today, we have planned to celebrate the work of the local, diverse, and vibrant community to remind us of their contribution in serving Leicester, Leicestershire, and Rutland. Your passions help us all to unite, and the energy we create is what allows us to achieve our individual as well as group goals. We need you as much as you need us, and that is why we are grateful to have you join us here at De Montfort University. So I'm not going to take much of your time now. We have a whole day planned with activities and projects and a working lunch as well. So today will be fun, and we will have a full day of learning as well with the community together. So a very warm welcome to you all again. Now, let me now welcome Professor Katie Normington, our Vice Chancellor, who has kindly given us time to inaugurate our event today. We will start by inviting her to lead the Glastonbury candle and then to move on to her inaugural speech. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. So Professor Katie Normington joined De Montfort University as Vice Chancellor in 2021 from Royal Holloway University of London, where she was the Deputy Principal Academic. Following her arrival at DMU, Katie launched a university-wide consultation to co-create a new strategy to ensure the university remains relevant and continues to meet people's real needs in the decades ahead. The consultation process involves staff, students, governors, external stakeholders, and experts. DMU's Board of Governors has since approved the strategy, and it is available on De Montfort University's page and its supporting strategies and implementation plans. The implementation of the new strategy includes Education 2030, which considers how the university will provide teaching and learning in the future and aims to produce a structure that can fit learning around the increasingly complex lives of the students. So here we have Professor Katie Normington. A very warm welcome, and over to you now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It always feels like the moment where something could go wrong with the lighting or something. But anyway, it's my absolute pleasure to be able to light the Glastonbury Candle. There we go. Sailing. Great. Thank you. So
Thank you to those of you joining us online, but to those of you in the room as well. Really delighted to welcome you here to De Montfort for today's very important celebration of the International Peace Day. It's really important, obviously, that we share this moment and that it's marked across the world, because there continue to be, obviously, tensions which threaten peace at the moment and as ever, I suppose, but I think we're very aware of them at the moment. The International Day of Peace is a United Nations sanctioned holiday, and it's observed annually on the 21st of September. We're a little ahead of the times, as we always are on everything, of course. And it's dedicated to world peace and to specifically to the absence of war and violence. Obviously, some of that may also be about a temporary and occasioned ceasefire in a combat zone, particularly for humanitarian aid access. And the celebration of World Peace Day goes back a long time. It was first celebrated in 1981. So peace is a particularly important theme for us at De Montfort University. We're a very diverse student and staff body. So over 50% of our students are from ethnic minorities, and a good proportion of our staff are too. And that way we can celebrate, I think, the cultural richness that we have as a university. But also we, in many ways, of course, draw on the richness of the location of Leicester as a city, Leicester being one of the first cities to reach over 50% of ethnic minority citizens in the city. And of course, our students are very tied to that city, with 40% of them coming from Leicestershire in a wider area. For the last 3 years, DMU has been part of the United Nations Academic Impact Initiative. And this honour is a reflection of the faith the United Nations has in us, in placing us as a global hub for Sustainable Development Goal 16. And of course, 16 is of particular importance to us because it is of peace, justice and strong institutions. So really at the foundation of the themes that you'll be talking about today. We're obviously very proud that we're the only academic impact hub for SDG 16 in the world, but also on top of that, the only academic impact initiative for a university in the UK. So it is a real privilege that we hold this status. And it was also, we've held that for 3 years, and it was a real honour to have it renewed as well last year for a further 3 years as well. I was able to see firsthand some of the work that we were doing around that earlier in June when I accompanied 4 of our students to the UN, where they presented their work about sustainability. And it was fantastic to see their experiences and to attend the UN building in New York as well. Peace is also important for us here at De Montfort because it's one of our 5 main research themes. So peace, equality and social justice forms one of the 5 new research themes that we're exploring as a university. And the theme focuses with issues mainly covered with peace, such as freedom of the media, trust, social cohesion, stable communities, reducing violence and conflict, tackling gender and racial inequalities, promoting a strong civil society, protecting children, women and refugees from exploitation, and having equal access to justice and education, combating national and transnational organised crime, and promoting accountable and transparent institutions and strong democratic processes and political systems. So you can see from some of those themes that sit within our wider research theme that peace is really central to the things that we're doing within that. I'm really delighted as well that today's event is held in conjunction with COS, with Celebrate Our Similarities, and particularly for that organisation. They aim obviously to advance education in the public areas of basic human needs and rights, in climate change and in cross-cultural understanding, in identifying, adopting and sharing good practice examples, and in the overarching themes of personal peace and climate change, particularly with a focus on food, water, air, equality, well-being and mental health. And of course, many of those things are things that we may sometimes take for granted, but of course sit very much at the heart of people living within peaceful conditions. Again, COS is such a good match for us because they do focus on Sustainable Development Goal 16, so the peace, justice, strong institutions, and they're developing collaborations locally, nationally and globally. So we're really delighted to be collaborating with them for this. So it's my real pleasure to obviously have the opening slot of this. I do hope that you have a very fruitful day. It's really nice to see people coming together from across the university and across the city and wider to engage in what's a really important part of what we do. And I'm very pleased to see that Glastonbury Candle is still lit. My real honour to do that, and fantastic that we've been able to bring that from Glastonbury here to Leicester to celebrate the day as well. I think it's now my great honour to introduce Deputy City Mayor, Councillor Adam Clark. So Adam is currently Leicester's Deputy City Mayor with responsibility for transport, clean air and climate emergency. And he's got a wide-ranging portfolio which includes city's responsibilities for climate emergency. And in addition, he leads on transport policy, waste, energy, biodiversity and the labour market issues. He was first elected to Leicester City Council in May 2011, so a decade ago, and he's currently in his third term. He was promoted to elected city mayor by the elected city mayor to his executive post in 2015, and then to deputy mayor in 2017. And he's passionate about the environmental, social, health and economic justice, and real advocate of how one goes about creative learning and co-creation. And I think that's a really important theme to today, is how you as delegates and participants can co-create to explore the themes that you'll be looking at. So my pleasure to hand over to Adam, and I wish you a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the Vice-Chancellor, particularly for reminding me how long I've been a councillor for. It's a real honour and a pleasure to come and speak to you this morning, not least because I once lectured here at De Montfort University as a visiting lecturer. I visited for several years. They kept me on the books teaching education studies. I taught radical educations module, and I taught a history of educations module and a philosophy of educations module. And that, I think, led me to learn a lot more than the students did, actually, because I was really able to engage with the young people in a way that I found really nourishing as a creative learning practitioner, as I was at the time. The idea of learning together and growing together enabled me really to come into my role now, actually, to be a leader in my community, but to recognise that we're all leaders in our own lives, and we all have a responsibility to understand and engage and reflect to enable us all to move on. And that's the kind of philosophy I take into my work. And that is challenging, because sometimes we have to have very challenging conversations. And the last word you'd use in my job for some of the conversations I have is peaceful. But what we try to do, and what I try to do, is to what I call squeeze the pips out of those conversations to get us to a better place as a city, as a community, as a society. And I think that idea of delivering change through challenging conversations, delivering peace through respectful, challenging conversations, delivering a better society through those conversations is something that I hope that I can instill in the people that I talk to about the work that I do, because I believe that's incredibly important, to have challenging conversations, to have respectful conversations, to recognise we all do it because we want people's lives, including our own, to be better. I've got to thank Kamla for inviting me today to talk to you, and to thank you all for coming to listening to me. I mean, it promises to be a really rewarding day. I'm very cognizant of the fact that you might forget everything I say, but I know from looking at the lineup, there will be nuggets you will take away from today, and they will change the way you think, or give you new ideas, or enable you to move on. I hope at least one of you remembers at least something I say to you this morning. I want to talk about two things, really, two things that are very close to my heart. One is leadership, and the other is the climate emergency. And those things, obviously, in my view, need to come together. Now, in terms of the climate emergency that we face, the thing that worries me isn't impending doom and the end of the earth. I think we can prevent that. I hope you'll be pleased to hear. The thing that really worries me is this concept that the United Nations has adopted as climate change as a threat multiplier. So what climate change does, not only does it change temperatures and make the world more difficult to live in, but the knock-on effects of that destabilize society and therefore destabilize peace. And I think that is the greatest threat that climate change poses. So the change in weather conditions, food scarcity, flooding, that actually can destabilize people to a point that can, in its worst scenario, create war. And there is evidence that suggests that the war in Syria, for instance, has climate change causes behind it. And that is something that I think we need to be really concerned about, the threat of climate change in destabilizing world peace. But so that concept of a threat multiplier, it must have an antonym. It must have an opposite. So the question I really pose to you today is, what is a peace multiplier? So what is it that we can harness that enables us to create a more stable society, not just in mitigating the impacts of climate change, sticking solar panels on roofs, driving electric cars, cycling and walking more, putting insulation in our buildings, putting in flood mitigation that prevents places from flooding. Yes, we have to do all that, and that can be a peace multiplier, but thinking beyond that, what do we need to do? And that comes into this concept of leadership, which I started with, really talking about leadership roles, but actually how we make leadership something that is a dialogue and something that's mutually shared between us all. And that comes on to a reason why it's really important I'm speaking to you here today in a university, a place of learning particularly for younger people. I had a conversation recently about how do we develop leaders who are establishing themselves, who are emerging as leaders. How do we get emerging leaders to understand the challenges of today now, so that they can lead as the climate gets worse and they can respond as the climate becomes more threatening to us? I stopped and I thought, and I had quite an intellectual, some might say maybe an introverted, insular conversation about that word emerging. What is an emerging leader? And actually, doesn't that immediately subjugate that individual as an emerging leader? Because you have an established leader. So you could say I'm an established local leader at quite a low level, but I'm an established local leader. If I start talking about an emerging leader, I've immediately subjugated them. And actually, I think those young leaders that exist today are actually helping to drive me forward. My daughter's about to go to university in Liverpool next week. By God, she keeps me on my toes in terms of how I should be thinking about the future of society. And actually, she is leading me in so many ways. And students in this university, new graduates, people in their early careers, I think are deserving of equal status as leaders. And I don't think if they're not given that equal status, we will end up having the worst impacts of climate change and other concerning possibilities in terms of society will arise, because it is those emerging leaders who have the freshest eyes, the newest ideas, and they're able to see these problems in macro, these global problems that we're facing. And they're able to communicate them and actually visualize them in micro, and to see how in their lives they can respond to these problems. And I think somebody like me finds that really difficult, actually. I see big problems, but to be able to see solutions that help us to challenge those problems and to see how those solutions can grow and grow and grow, I think young people are best placed to do that, because they have that clarity and that creativity, I hope, to enable us to do that. So I do think we need a paradigm shift in terms of how we define leadership. I think we do need to think about who's going to lead us into the society that we all want to see, and that is not me. To use a word that I use quite a lot in other contexts, I'm already quite polluted. Yeah, I don't have the clarity, I don't have the sense of vision, and I probably don't have the creativity, and I probably have a bit of complacency. I need people with more clarity, more vision, to keep me in check, like my daughter does. So that's why I believe we need a parity of esteem amongst us all as leaders in our society, so that we're all leaders in our own lives, so that we can develop those peace multipliers that will enable us to mitigate any issues that we face in the future, climate change, war, and the rest of it. Thank you very much.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Kamla Patney, and I'd like to thank Professor Katie Normington and Deputy Mayor Adam Clark for joining us today. I'm the founder of Celebrate Our Similarities, and I'd like to thank you all personally for making this event so successful. We've lit the candle, and very proud to have brought that to Leicester. If you want to understand the reason why we've brought it to Leicester, I would suggest that you go on YouTube and look up, literally look up, historic Glastonbury Award ceremony. You will see the reason why after you, after what I explained to you about what COS is about. So just to give you an idea of why we think Leicester is conveniently situated in so many ways in terms of achieving social impact, Celebrate Our Similarities has identified two key themes, and they are personal peace and climate. And as was mentioned, climate is a significant issue. It needs to be understood more by communities. And I agree that the young people are probably the most vibrant and our best chance at getting things actually activated to mitigate climate change. But in Leicester, I would suggest that the local communities need to be more aware of what it is that climate change is being impacted by their own actions. And, we've done some testing here on a particular issue, and I won't go into the details of that, but it has identified that when you engage with people on a practical level, so for example, we used Indian vegetables as a way of explaining how the carbon footprint is developed. If you get something from the other side of the world and you waste it, what it causes. And that was a captivated audience there for that. And they started to understand that maybe I need to look at what I'm doing. So that's an angle for Leicester that I think is very important. But within the context of the personal peace theme that we have, we've identified a global peace education program developed by a UN recognized peace ambassador with a link to Leicester. And we have been running that here at the De Montfort University recently, and it's been very well received. And, there are so many significant factors that I'd just like to, and this is the bit where I'd like to discuss what the walking the pathway to peace from my point of view about why COS does what it does. So bear with me on this. Imagine that in this direction, 5 minutes away from here, we've got the Richard III Centre. We've got such a historic situation developed in Leicester. Richard III was the last Plantagenet king whose ancestors were the people that actually created the Magna Carta. So the significance of that is that the Magna Carta ultimately is a peace charter. And when you consider that, this is the significance of Leicester, the peace charter is the basis of all the democracy that we have. the modern democracies based on the Magna Carta. So the significance of Leicester having that central status, we want to capture that, and then I'd like you to think about 10 minutes walk away from here. There used to be a Granby Halls. Some of you may know that. It was one of the largest venues in Leicester. And in 1971, the UN Peace Ambassador that I'm talking about actually came as a 13-year-old and held a packed out event there. And since then, for over 50 years, there's been a significant amount of social impact made through what is now the Peace Education Program. And what we're saying is that Leicester has the possibility of creating social impact through something that's already happening around the world, and we are in a very unique position to, you know, benefit from it. And we've got all the different communities. So for example, as was mentioned, you know, we've got 55% of Leicester City's population is of ethnic minority, or if nowadays we call it world majority population. So in essence, what we're trying to say here is that we need to bring people together, and we celebrate our similarities. It has been around since 2020. We've registered in 2021, and we are now, I believe, in a unique position to be able to offer, for example, the De Montfort University in its international hub status. If you read the material that we've provided you, you'll see that the agreement that they have with the De Montfort, with the United Nations, is that for every year they will develop at least 3 major projects. And the project that we want to offer is based on getting people together and potentially, so that's the other element. If you walk just another 5 minutes in another direction, we've got Peace Walk, and there's a peace monument there on Victoria Park. And Leicester has already had such a massive experience of holding an impromptu Football Premier League celebration event on Victoria Park, where 250,000 people came. Now, I'm not suggesting that we go to that extent, but we can be doing something that is regular, and it could be a legacy project for Leicester's De Montfort University holding the very first United Hub status for peace, justice, and strong institutions, which are some of the key issues of our time. So without going on too much about it, what I would like to say is that please do find out about Celebrate Our Similarities, engage with us, and let's all work together in all the different aspects of climate change, what it means to have clean water around the world, how all of that impacts anything that happens on the other side of the world. Either we can help to mitigate any issues, or we are connected as a global community. And this is what we want to achieve over time. So today, just moving on to the program for today, just to say that we were going to actually launch a Leicester Charter today, but in respect of the loss of our Queen, we've decided to postpone that, and we will hold another event to launch that, and we will invite you to it. We won't go into the detail too much about what it is, but it's very simple. But what we're saying is that it is like a 21st century Leicester Peace Charter, Magna Carta type, bringing all the communities together. Very simple, 2 areas, peace and climate. They are the issues of our time, I believe. So look out for that in the future. in terms of today's program, we've got a range of issues. So the peace education program that I mentioned, which we ran, we have a number of people that have been working in and around Leicester and well, all over the world actually. And we've invited a couple of people to actually just come forward and we'll grab a couple of chairs, and I would ask Billy and Anra and Dave Shook to come forward, and I'll maybe just have a quick chat about what peace education is and what's going on and how they've been involved.
Thank you, Kamala. Thank you for the invite today.
Morning.
Yeah, hi. Can you guys hear us at the back? Yeah, we're good. Okay. So my name is Bill Anandra, and I'm a peace education facilitator in prisons and in the community. And I'm a nice guy.
My name's Dave Shook, and actually 45 years ago, I attended Granby Halls and heard that young man speak. And he said, if you want peace in this world, you have to have peace for yourself. And everything that you need to find peace, you'll find within yourself. And he told me that if I looked within, then I would find that peace within. And all I can say is 45 years later, I still look for it every day. And it's a beautiful thing to feel. And I totally believe and see, witnessing the kind of programs that people like this deliver, that one similarity that we all have as human beings is the human heart. And it doesn't matter what race you are, what colour you are, what creed you are, whatever you are, when somebody tells the truth, there's a little what I call a BS-ometer inside, and it wakes up to the truth, and it gets their attention. And when you see that operate in prisons, for instance, you'll see a diverse number of people that are in there for all kinds of reasons. But when you raise the issue of personal peace and let them know that they've got everything they need inside them to change, then they wake up, the light goes on, and the journey begins. And my favourite saying is that the journey begins with the first step. Journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And now over to the expert that delivers the program.
Thank you, you're too kind. So yeah, hi. So the peace education program, just to give you a bit of background information, it was started in 2011 by TPR, which is the Prem Rawat Foundation, and that was started in San Antonio, Texas, in a prison. Actually, it was piloted, and due to that success, it's gone on to be around the 80. I think the last count was 80 countries around the world now. And it's not just in prisons, it's in the community centres, hospitals, colleges. I personally just finished doing a summer school in Moss Side in Manchester, part of the End Child Poverty by Marcus Rashford scheme, right in Platt Lane. So that was quite interesting, from predominantly Somali and Afro-Caribbean backgrounds, kids at risk from 14, 15, 16 years old. So that was quite rewarding and challenging. So myself, I'm someone who has lived experience. So I was taking drugs and dealing for over 20 years. I know it doesn't look it because, you know, I've got Indian genes. But yeah, so, and then I landed in H&P Leeds 2018, where I came across a poster, the Peace Education Programme, and it had words like appreciation, inner strength, dignity, choice, awareness, clarity, understanding, hope, contentment. And I was like, I would like a bit of that. You know, at the end of the day, I want to be happy, you know, and, you know, regardless, you know, we all want peace, don't we? And I thought peace is happiness. So I filled out an application, went to my first session, and I was blown away. I was actually, I can remember it now, so I'm going to ask you guys now. So without working it out, on an average lifespan of 70 years, how many days do you think you get to live? What's your gut feeling?
Some of these people have done.
Oh, there. Okay, so the guys that are not there.
You can't even-
Anybody? Oh, okay, so is it 100,000? Was it?
No, if you're not at peace with yourself, you're not living.
No, we'll get onto that as well. That's a really good point. But just in a generalistic sense, how many days would you think? 100,000, a million, 10,000? 20? Yeah, so we've got smart people who have been working it out. Okay, so the answer is 25,550 days. So when I heard that, something came over me when I went back to my pad and I started working out my age, what I thought my prison sentence was, and I was left with about, I think it was about 10,123 days, something like that. And you know, I was blown away, and I thought, wow, you know, we're not here for very long on this planet. You know, we're, as someone described it to me, you know, we come through one wall and we go out through the other wall. And, you know, this short amount of time that we have on Earth, we should appreciate. And ultimately, it didn't count how many days I had left. It's what I do with each one of them. So I made a conscious decision that day to turn my life around and feel peace and give back to people and do honest living, you know, spend time with family and do positive things. So fast forwarding to coming out just short of 2 years now, I started a podcast channel. So check that out, Bill and Andrew on Spotify. I made a documentary, Bill and Andrew CPRF, professionally made. And now for the last 20 weeks, I've been going into the prisoners, H&P Leeds, to do workshops for the Peace Education Programme. And it's quite profound actually, mind-blowing to see the prisoners' reflections, because, you know, we're all connected. You know, prisoners are usually the forgotten people of society, unless you've got a loved one or, you know, family member there. You know, my mum said to, you know, to other people, you know, put him in there, lock him up, throw away the key, you know, but I have a good relationship with her now. But, you know, ultimately I learned what I've done in the past, it doesn't count. And even tomorrow, that's not even promised. What counts is like today and this moment, just us and being in this room right now and being conscious and making the most of it and doing the workshops with the prisoners and in the community is quite profound. And just one last thing, go on a little bit. And also for the last 84 weeks on the bounce, I've been doing a worldwide Zoom every Thursday at 8 p.m. and that which I facilitate as well. So that's quite nice to get people from America, Italy, mainly UK based, but
Which you're welcome to join.
yeah. So yeah, you know, there's a lot of advantages of people, you know, going on Zoom, especially with the COVID era. You know, people that lost connection with people, so coming to a safe space. You know, you can have your cameras off. You know, just see if something hits you. You know, why not invest in yourself? If you guys don't want to invest in yourself, you know, who would, sort of thing. So.
Well, actually, I mean, just talking about what we did do, and some of you may have attended the Power to Change documentary that we showed, and you came to that, and it was great the way it was received in Leicester, and we intend to run that again. I think it's only when people actually see the results that they realise the extent of it, and then when people choose to listen and hear what he has to say, it really does open up. So, for example, I mean, you know, we Celebrate Our Similarities has actually adopted that as a benchmark good practice example in our very first one, and then we want to find any other good practice examples in the areas of, you know, sustainability, air, water, food, good sleep, you know, mental health, well-being. We want that standard of good practice example, and you know, we want you to come up with suggestions in those areas as well. So just to give you an example of why we've chosen that, if you go on our Celebrate Our Similarities YouTube channel, you'll see that we've done some, particularly the 2020 International Day of Peace event. It shows very clearly, for example, in India, there are 5 prisons that were closed down, attributed to the fact that the prisoners turned their lives around. And these were people that were circulating, so they came out, went back in, because they had no way of breaking the cycle. And this impact is huge, and it's not just in India, it's South Africa, Texas, you mentioned. But the significance of this, and now you can see why we think Leicester is so uniquely positioned to make some kind of, because that person came to Leicester and has come quite regularly. And, you know, we've got an international hub status for peace. Why wouldn't you want to do this, you know? So it's not just, so it's the police officers, it's the prison governors, they're all going through it now. So we've got, you know, care homes, the cared for as well as the carers going through it, and it's having such an impact. I mean, I think that's a perfect benchmark example that, you know, we're very proud, obviously. But just moving on from that subject, I'd like to bring us to the subject of, unlocked graduates, and you say that if you're already working with them. But I'd like to introduce Lynn Bill and Lisa Wilkinson.
Hello.
It's been a while.
So, very quick discussion. We've just recently met, so I mean, this is the wonderful thing about this event is that most of the people I've not met in real life, but we've connected so well. And I think the subject areas that we're covering today actually demonstrates that we all want social impact. We all want to make change happen. And we're all coming from the same kind of angle. And there is momentum like not ever before, because I think since COVID, that whole issue has brought everyone together, and our consciousness about how we should really change is developing and snowballing, and I really like that. So I'd like to start with Lisa, maybe, if you can give us a bit of your background.
Yeah, of course. So thank you firstly for inviting me today. So my name's Lisa. So I worked, I finished university and I saw a graduate scheme known as Unlocked Graduates, which is all about making change, working with prisoners in prisons across the country, and basically putting rehabilitation at the heart of everything we do, and trying to work with them prisoners to make change and bring peace. So as soon as I saw it when I was at uni, I was like, okay, yeah, that is definitely a bit of me. That's exactly what I want to do. So I worked at the Young Offenders Institute in Amesbury in Buckinghamshire, working with young prisoners between the ages of 18 and 21 who all served sentences for 4 years or over. And it was my absolute dream job. I loved it. I worked there for 3 years. And for me, what was so important in bringing peace was just that human, I know Dave spoke about it before, but just that human nature and just being able to work with these prisoners and just being able to see them as human beings and seeing past their offence. Because at the end of the day, they're serving their punishment, which is their deprivation of liberty. They're all serving time in there. That is their punishment. And we as prison officers, I think it's so important that we're stepping into that role and we're doing everything in our power to be able to work with them to actually sort of make that change and support them for when they're coming out of prison and resetting back into society. And so for me, I made it my absolute passion and drive in everything that I did on a daily basis there, to actually sit down and work with the young prisoners, and even just sort of 15 minutes extra a day with certain prisoners on the wing, just being able to actually find out what they're interested in, find out what sort of job they'd like to go into. And some of them are absolutely shocked that someone was even taking any interest or any notice. But just by working with some of them, sort of 15 minutes at a time, I got to see them small changes, which over time became then big changes. And I think for me, just to share one success story, I met a young prisoner who's about 19 years old. I worked with him for 2 years across 2 or 3 different wings actually. We seemed to follow each other around. And I started to work with him around what he was interested in, which was sport. At the time, he was committing quite a lot of violence and involved in gang-related behaviour. So we kind of looked at what we could do to try and steer him away from that. So we managed to get him in the gym, we managed to get him as an orderly, we managed to get him in working with programs in psychology. And then it came up to his parole, which he never thought he was going to get. But I actually got to see him walk out the door, which was probably one of the best feelings. So for me, I just think it's so important that the right people are in the right jobs to be able to bring that peace. So yeah, so short things about me.
Yes, so I'm going to reverse my story now. I didn't realise Lisa was going to be here. So
We know each other.
know each other.
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing, yes. So I am responsible for interviewing brilliant students such as Lisa for the Unlocked Graduates Programme. We assess maybe 2,500 to 3,000 people every year, and after that 130 eventually get a job, which is a 2-year placement in prison, and they give masters as well. I think what's remarkable mostly about it is we interview maybe 2,500 to 3,000 people, only 100 this year, 180 actually got the job. So it just shows you how high level the students have to be. What's more remarkable is that I'm actually an ex-prisoner who served a considerably long sentence, which took me from ACAT to GCAT through all the. So I took my life for granted. I was successful. Ended up in jail. Took my family for granted. All the nice things. We lost everything. After having a rough start in my jail sentence, I sort of think an officer such as Lisa changed my life. Actually, I wasn't at peace. I was in a very, very bad place. Very bad because I lost everything. My family were all over the place. My business was finished, and then an officer noticed my background and what I was doing because it was totally wrong, and he literally sort of gave me a drink, and my life changed from that. I then became I actually, while I was still in jail, I became a mentor. I started working in the settlement. I started playing the guitar. Started going to the chapel, praying. All the nice things, and I made my sentence work for me. It was a long sentence, which I actually got a degree out of it as well. I got a Bachelor of Science in Social Science and Policy out of it. And I came out in 2016. I came across a lot of graduates who were advertising for an assessor with lived experience. I took the job on. I went through a really hard assessment actually to get the job. But to my surprise, I was offered the job, so I'm still pinching myself. I'm doing from where I was in my cold, dark cell, really thinking that my life was over. If you told me then that 10, 15 years from now, you'd be talking to amazing people like this and teaching staff, and I'm actually training prisoners, I would have said, why are you smoking? I really wouldn't. But so, to cut a long story short, I've been working on that graduates now for 5 years. I assess between November and January. Then I'll take part in the intensive 7-week program, which trains amazing graduates like Lisa herself to actually be ready for their life in the prison system as officers. So I'm going to stop there because I'm close to the time as well. So I'm welcome to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Before we go on.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. I'm meant to follow that. Okay, yeah, so my association with the Unlocked Graduates is as I was in prison doing all these different courses, and I had the best job in prison, which is obviously the library orderly, as if you've seen any prison movies. Yeah, the best job to have. I started being a mentor for something called the Shannon Trust, and in prison, I think it's looked at the figures last time, 57% of prisoners read from a 9 to 11-year-old level, and that's got a lot to do with, a lot of things, trauma, substance misuse, mental health, the rest of it. But I became a mentor and helping people read and write. Just people couldn't even write the name, stuff like that. So I was helping helping them, became a mentor, come out, and then I was asked to come, which is, I'm still pinching myself as well, about 3 weeks ago to Leeds Trinity University to do speak with, I think about 70 officers. You know, I'm not too comfortable being around too many officers like that, so you know, quite well aware from. So just speaking about the importance of reading and writing and communicating with people on a human level, and just because they're in prison, you know, they're not bad people, you know, they've just made bad choices. You know, I know we spoke a lot about prison, but prison isn't the bars on the windows, it's the prison of the mind. And there's a lot of people in the communities that are walking around like that, and it's just breaking through that through hopefully the peace education program or, you know, some sort of well-being. So yeah, quite a humbling experience, and looking forward to keeping in touch with Pamela, and never met these guys either. we missed each other, didn't we? So, but we made an effort to meet each other today. And really nice.
Actually, this is the purpose of, part of the purpose of this event is to bring people together on how we can then build our sort of, you know, asset base in making change happen. So this is perfect. And the way that all of the individuals have come forward is just, to me, quite amazing. Because I don't know, you knew each other, but I've not met you in person.
I think I might have been interviewed, Lisa.
Probably So, from my point of view, and again, I mean, I know we're talking because this is our adopted peace education is, what we want to do is, again, moving it to Leicester's communities. You know, of course, there's a huge amount that can be done within the, you know, incarcerated sector and people vulnerable to crime or being abused and that. But actually, it's more about the human being fundamentally, and every person can benefit from that. And the reason why we're saying that Leicester is uniquely positioned is because we've got over 70 languages spoken here, and this peace education is available in over 30 languages. And we want to be the first city in the world to actually make use of that and actually go out in the communities. And we want your help. How do we do that? You know, make it available to those that want to hear that, not, you know, you have to come to this and that. None of that. It is about genuine impact through care, you know, through actually wanting change to happen, and how we can do that together. And we want to potentially build a pool of volunteers that may be open to gain some training on how to do it. It's very simple. You know, you're just facilitating, and you don't put your views in. All the stuff is on, and it's been really powerful, animated. You know, I'm sure somebody else will be able to tell you who's just been through it. Various means of explaining 10 themes. The 10 themes are peace, inner strength, self-awareness, clarity, understanding, dignity, hope, contentment, choice. What's it? I think there's 10. I think I mentioned it. I hope I
think one thing we could love to say is that it's non-religious.
Yeah, and it's not political, non-religious, it's very important, and it's voluntary. That's the key thing, it's voluntary.
Absolutely.
And
It can only work when it's
yeah,
somebody wants to hear it, and
Yeah.
that's the point. Actually, I meant to say when I first stood up was that Celebrate Our Similarity is an independent organisation, and we intend to remain independent of any culture, religion, politics, vested interest, business interest, you know, commercial interest. We want to stay independent of that, but we respect all of them to the extent that it helps us to all work together. That is our fundamental premise. So,
Cameron, do you mind if I just say a little bit about the Violence Prediction Network?
that was my next point. Yeah.
Amazing. So I was just going to say a little bit about what I kind of do now and the reason why I've gone into this role from working in the prison. So as I mentioned, I absolutely loved it. But for me, I think what I kind of came to the point of was I really want to kind of move into that prevention realm. So as much as I loved working inside prison, I kind of thought, how can I now use this knowledge and bring it into the prevention world? Because I feel like you'll both agree with me that behind what goes on in prison is very much kept separate from society, and a lot of people who work in the prison system don't necessarily always then go into the community, unless it's people who often are kind of the other side. So what I wanted to do was move into that prevention realm. So I joined the Violence Reduction Network. So the Violence Reduction Network so we have a small central team of about 7-8 of us, but the Violence Reduction Network is basically an alliance of people. So we've got our core members, which includes police, fire, ambulance, healthcare, local authority, schools, and many more. But what's really important for us is the community. So we work very closely with the community, very closely with young people to try and reduce violence across Leicester, Leicestershire and Rutland. So we use a public health approach. So everything is all around the data, and it's all around evidence, and it's all around basically establishing what works and reducing violence across Leicester. We're very, very keen within our team to make sure that our communities are centre stage of that, and as well as young people. So we do a lot of things to ensure that they are part of the solutions, and that's basically my role, community young person lead. But it's all about trying to reduce and prevent violence across Leicester and make it a safe place in order to create peace. So yeah, if anyone does want to get in touch and hear more about it and see how you can be involved, then I'll leave some cards as well, because it'd be great to kind of hear how we can all work together to basically make Leicester a safe place.
Yeah. I mean, I will say one thing. We do have anybody interested in doing any pet workshops. Please get in contact with Dave or myself or Imogen. You know, we can put you in, have a look, do a taster session. You know, check it back, or even ideally just for yourself. You know, at the end of the day, see what it's all about, and you know, reach out, as Pamela was saying, to other organisations.
Also, in terms of evidence base, it's worth saying that at the moment the programmes that are running in Leeds are being assessed by the Psychology Unit.
Yeah.
And also we're planning to do the same in Northumberland. Yeah. There's already been done evaluations around the world, but in the UK we wanted to become an accredited programme.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I think at the end of it, it's like what Pamela said, you know, we're all connected, it's just coming together as in a whole sort of like situation, you know, just learning from each other, you know, that's what it is, and experiencing beautiful, wonderful things, and appreciating life, each breath, I guess, you know. We've got a wealth of, we've got a gold mine within us, you know, it's just tapping into that. You know, sometimes we focus too much on the negative stuff in life, but, you know, there's a flip side to that, where there's darkness, there's light, so, you know, just keep shining.
A number of, while we're on the motivations, a number of communities in London got together. They showed the film Power to Change.
Yeah.
So if you Google Power to Change on YouTube, that film comes up. There's a lovely little clip that goes with it, which is an audience appreciation of it. Even the police commander of Lambeth speaks highly of it.
I think we're going to show you.
Oh, right, okay. But as a result of that now, the situation is that the Lambeth Council funded a programme like this in Lambeth under the Queen's Jubilee, funded it for us. And then subsequently they donated a building in Lambeth that is now a youth centre dedicated to reducing violence in Lambeth. So what I'm trying to say really is peace is contagious. Once you start, these things happen, and I can foresee that you'll have centres around us.
Excellent. So yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, there's one last thing before I go. I'm opening my own company, and it's called WISE, which is suitable for today. So it stands for Wellbeing, Inspire, Strength and Empowerment. So watch the space. You know, keep in touch with Pamela and call us. Thank you for joining us.
Now I'd like to I'd like to introduce Lindsay. Lindsay's going to, well, I'll let her tell you all about what she does. An amazing person with a lot of energy and the founder of a different human design. And all of you, thank you. Shall I sit down? Yeah, you just stand behind. Yeah. Just turn around.
If you see where you are, you center yourself.
This is nice. I feel like I can hide. Hi, thank you all for coming today. And thank you for Kamla for inviting me to talk about my platform, A Different Human Design. I hope that I can introduce you all to something that you find is valuable for the future. So, what is A Different Human Design? A Different Human Design is a solution. It addresses a mainstream knowledge void when it comes to how we experience our individual reality, why we feel the way we do, why we respond, why we behave, why we even think the way that we do. It uses an approach that's actually interesting to look at, it's enjoyable to engage with, and it's easygoing and fun, but with the serious aim of empowering every single person. So it offers the opportunity to explore, enable self-discovery, and promote self-awareness. It provides a platform for the diverse minds of our population because the systems that are currently in place, health, social, education, have got great areas where they're lacking, and that's despite the real best efforts of some. And finally, the A Different Human Design platform is also completely free to access. So it's a big belief of mine and the people behind me with this platform that cost shouldn't be a barrier to this kind of knowledge when it's so relevant to us all. So it's absolutely free. Around 1 in 20 people have sensory processing issues. So that's many of you in here or who you know who are close to you having trouble with certain environments, with certain textures, smells, noises, maybe even right now being distracted by certain things or irritated by certain things, or maybe not even realizing it. We also have got stats that suggest that 1 in 7 fall under the neurodiverse category, which includes dyslexia, dyspraxia, ADHD, autism, Tourette's, all those kind of diverse things that might affect the way that you think and the way that you process your surroundings. And if you're thinking that's not you, you're not one of those 1 in 7, the same statistics also suggest that 50% of these people don't even know that they're neurodiverse. How can you know that your experiences is different to another if you never share it? How can you ever know if you've never explored the way that you process something or the way that you experience something? So I've spent around 7 years working as a waitress when I was a bit younger, over 10 years so far in the specialist education industry, and 35 years walking the planet. One thing that I do know is that we do wear many, many masks. We act depending on our situations, our company, our audience. Nobody really sees what normal is, do they? But I know if you lot really were all sat there naked, that wouldn't be normal. Unless clothes hadn't been introduced, and then that would be totally normal. So it kind of brings us back to this question of, well, what is normal? So the mainstream, normal is how we're brought up. Normal is imprinted in our schooling. Normal is threaded through what we're exposed to in the media, through songs, through films. It's normal to pay hundreds of pounds for a brand. It's normal to fear a stranger, to goad the different, to be a part of us and exclude them. It's normal to go through painful procedures for the sake of a more accepting or appealing appearance. So even my brace, for example, who wants to be normal? That should be the question. What we've been conditioned to do is hide and bury who we really are. Those amongst us, me included, with ADHD, autism, dyslexia, dyspraxia, Tourette's, we have a little bit more difficulty hiding our differences and pretending to be normal. And in a schooling system designed to work in a certain way, this is where we find that diversity is highlighted. So if you can't spell, you can't read, dyslexic. You can't sit still, always shouting out, ADHD. Doesn't play with others, repetitive behaviour, autistic. Poor handwriting, can't catch, clumsy, dyspraxic. Yet even getting this type of label is a proper lottery. And having this type of label in our system today is useful for the future, for genuine and also less genuine reasons, which is why it is so sought after. The catch is most kids, most adults go undiagnosed. And even those that are diagnosed rarely understand exactly how this conclusion could be impacting on their everyday life. So this brings me back to masking. And not just masking, not even realizing that your experiences differ wildly to the person that you sat next to the person that you work with, to the person that you live with. And that awareness works both ways, of course. So the A Different Human Design platform uses a playful, vibrant presentation. It's inspired by comic books and that link to alternative realms full of possibilities. And the information itself invites being explored. It's designed to be relatable or not. It offers perspective and experiences that you might totally get or not, because it's just as important to know who you are as it is to know who you're not. So not just what you like, desire, prefer, or even dislike, but why that is. When I reflect on my own experiences of education and life so far, it feels a little bit like I was prepared and trained to fly a plane. And I was happily flying a plane. And then I realized I'm actually in a helicopter. I've still achieved many missions, but the process has been one of trial, error, grit, and intuition, rather than because I'd been suitably prepared by my educational experiences. And I think that's an experience that many people can relate to. So if we knew about diversity amongst our brains and our systems as a fundamental part of education, could we all cope a little better? If we were presented with the full spectrum of possibilities, possible traits, possible characteristics amongst humans, the beauty of that diversity, could we then apply that to situations, to life experiences, to ourselves, to others for the better? Given this knowledge, we might relate to some parts and not others. But if we recognize that these differences and variations do actually exist, then we naturally become a bit more aware, more tolerant, and accepting. So ADHD people are more likely to suffer with poor mental health, have health issues in general, problems managing finances, difficulties in relationships, keeping jobs, maintaining day-to-day tasks from hoovering to showering. They're more likely to have addictions, to become criminalized. They're more likely to be in prison, be homeless, and to die young. Now, this is all known. We acknowledge that these differences exist. We acknowledge that they're problematic, but the manual hasn't changed. We're still teaching how to fly planes. So my aim is to share what I've learned about handling a helicopter and to help others to share their experiences as well. So a place where people can come and they can find alternative routes instead of this one kind of fixed route. So the A Different Human Design platform aims to not only offer this alternative option, but also a bigger picture, a fuller picture, the good and the bad, because we, you and I, are a full picture. Whatever the brain and system it is that we're operating from, whether we show it all or not, it's all there. It's all inside of us. Now, if we don't acknowledge a part of us exists, maybe we don't like it or something, does it just go away? So, for example, I don't like my quick temper, but I'll just pretend I haven't got one. I don't like my late night eating habit. I'll pretend it's not a problem. I hate that I get so anxious before I'm going out. What issue? Does that approach work? We know it doesn't. You can't ignore something out of existence. We have to be aware. We have to be conscious of it, face it, as painful as that might feel. And there's the flip reverse too. You must like and love things about yourself. And the trouble with labels such as ADHD is you already feel like a failure in so many ways. Why do I always lose everything? Why am I always late? Why can't I keep up with the everyday tasks that everybody else seems to find so natural? And the name itself is a problem. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, characterized by being overly impulsive, hyperactive, and inattentive. And the list of traits are all negative. Those receiving this diagnosis are only given this list of negative traits. They might be offered a form of therapy, and if they're lucky, it's actually helpful in some way. But in many cases, medication is the common route that is offered. An individual with ADHD most often already has damaged self-esteem, so no amount of pill popping is going to help that, not long-term anyway. What I found working with neurodiverse individuals, being around them, my family, my friends, and being one myself, there is this abundance of other shared qualities, things like wit and humour, creative flair, a connection to music, nature, animals, an out-of-the-box way of thinking, contagious energy, and a different human design seeks to highlight all of these things because they're important factors, a fuller picture of the labels that we so readily use already. So the idea for the actual platform began forming toward the end of 2021. I knew how to create the visuals and began experimenting with layout and other options. And the hardest part really was deciding which topic to feature first. So around March of this year, I released the first collection, which was ADHD Explained. And it made sense to begin here since I am ADHD myself and a big advocate. And I quickly followed it up with two more, A Guide to Anxiety and The Basic 5 Senses. All of these are so important to start developing an inner understanding. Self-empowerment happens when you discover all of the elements of what makes you you, and it starts with you. Recognition, responsibility, accountability. Schools aren't teaching any of this. The mainstream is not teaching this. The mainstream isn't even teaching that this stuff is relevant, when in fact, this knowledge, this way of knowing ourselves from inside out, that is what should be normal. Awareness, acceptance, understanding of emotions and behavior. This should be normal. The platform will continue to deliver its progressive message, and it's gathering support because there are many of us out there that are beginning to realize that our society, our ideals, our education system, they're getting outdated. They're contradictory and even suppressive for some types of individual. And overall, what's happening is we're being stripped of our identity. Those of us daring enough or unable to be anything other than themselves are being labelled and worse, medicated. So this approach isn't about diagnosing. It's about getting to know yourself, those around you, humans in general, and finding ways to manage, support, and ultimately empower yourself. There's a whole lot more to come, and the next resource collection to be shared will most likely be around identity. So kind of building on this, once you understand how your basic 5 senses work, what kind of creates all those elements of your identity. Also coming soon, the launch of the A Different Human Design Spotlight, which will feature inspiring individuals who are out there doing great things for humanity and the world. So today I'll be getting lots of inspiration for those spotlight individuals. And also coming soon will be, it's currently unnamed, but will be our podcast. And my lovely assistant down here will be part of building that with me. So building a community, a spirit of solidarity, is really, really important. But so is this visual on the ground unity, which is just as important as embedding this inner understanding. So what's to offer that could allow people to show they were on board or to allow people to align with our platform? Now, we wanted to encourage individuality still. We wanted to make sure that everyone and anyone who wants to can get involved however they like, through a different human design style. So being aware of the fast fashion crisis and sustainability issues, we decided upon labels. Just kind of stand to the side so you can see the labels that I've got on my t-shirt. Yeah, so we went with labels, embellishments. I've got a few up here, so I'll just hold them up for you. So if you align, you can visibly show it for others to see. You iron on or sew onto whatever you decide and wear with pride, because every label represents a donation directly to the platform. And it's written here which project the actual donation goes towards. So these initial ones are just towards the growing and the running of the platform. And yes, so you can upcycle clothing, and that's what we're trying to encourage, is for people to kind of have that standout style instead of following a brand. There are a number of other ways that progress can be supported too. And these include monthly and one-off donations plus sponsorship of specific projects. So we do collab with other groups and bring together projects that they want to see live. And all of the details about those are on the website. We would love it if you could join us on any of our social media platforms. And if you'd like to be added to the mailing list, I will pass around a sheet for you to add your email address to as well. But I'm open to any questions, but thank you for listening.
Lindsay, can I just say, I'm super impressed with your what you're doing and what you said, and it's really touched me on lots of levels.
Thank you.
Particularly the 1 in 7, more like, and also that people that are neurodiverse are more likely to have mental health problems.
Yes.
And so many of us who are neurodiverse don't even know we're neurodiverse.
Don't know that they are.
I found out at the age of 49 when I returned to university to study that I'm actually dyslexic and have dyspraxia.
Oh, wow. So you're a brilliant example of exactly what we're talking about. I mean, one of the biggest things is when I talk about ADHD and then people try to dismiss it. So, well, I feel like that. I'm like, well, perhaps you're ADHD too. Rather than it doesn't exist, why not? You know, it might be that we're more similar than you think. So, yeah, it's just kind of creating that space for the impact.
What proportion of people do you think, what percentage have all those cohorts, some of those cohorts?
Yeah, but so statistics.
Repeat the question.
So with the question being what percentage of people have those differences, very, very loosely they say 1 in 7 people kind of have those diversities, but ADHD is the most common diversity out of them all. And statistics suggest, I think it's in adults, it's 2 to 4%, but they do say that that's a really kind of shy percentage. And again, that does come down to people do shy away from the stigmatized label. So we've got lots of people that are undiagnosed, self-diagnosed. I would say that it's probably more like 20%.
About prison service, you know, like the inmates, what percentage would you say?
Yeah, well, I've read statistics suggest 25% in prisons. And the really, really sad thing that touched me about the prison side of things was that they say that the officers can kind of tell the ADHD minds because they actually work really well with structure. They enjoy being given those kind of times to be eaten and the expectations, and they actually fall into line and really kind of thrive under those conditions. So I actually think that's really sad because it highlights how we're not preparing those helicopter brains as well as the aeroplane brains. We're kind of just sticking to one route instead of diversifying what we offer. Okay, thank you very much.
I was waiting for questions.
Good to see you in there.
I was trying to make it easier for you. Okay. Right. Thank you so much. It's a real honor to be here. So my name is Amran Razak. I'm an emotional mastery coach. I'm a poet, a writer, and a community activist. So my mission is to heal, nourish, and grow and support women to finding their true purpose through healing generational trauma. So I live by the mantra is we each may be a drop in the ocean, but every drop feels its ripple effects. So I'll start in the name of God, the most merciful, the most gracious. So let me introduce myself. My name is Islam, the root of the word which means peace and salam, or even salama meaning submission, which to a Muslim is like our intuition, it's our golden ticket in. But before I begin, let me greet you like the way I'm supposed to. So, assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you, beautiful creation. We are here all in humanity today. The path of the truth is the labor of the heart and not the head. So make your heart your primary guide, not your mind. Meet challenge and ultimately prevail over your ego and the wrongs within our own hearts. Knowing your ego is to really know yourself. This will lead you to knowledge of your maker and then his creation. You can study the divine through everything and everyone in the universe, not just through our sacred texts, but in our hearts and in our minds. Because the divine is not confined to a building, in a mosque, a synagogue, a temple, a castle, or even a church. But if you are still in need of knowing where exactly this divine is, there is only one place to look, and that is in the love of your own heart. So in humanity, the fundamental qualities we must all acquire is to serve mankind, or to develop a passion is to serve the love of humanity, to have kindness in our hearts for others, be generous and follow the steps of those of the past that taught us compassion, love, and sincerity. We must have a charitable disposition, justice of the wrongdoers, speak up for all injustices, even if your voice shakes and you stand alone. Be accountable, have humility, honesty, and thirst for seeking knowledge, a desire to share your knowledge. Have a constant desire to strive in the cause of doing good, cradle to the grave. To me, being a Muslim means being a good human being, just being. Because I'll never ask you to slay or lie, or at least 5 times a day. I'll never ask you to steal or to hate or to swear, to discriminate. I like to tell you to smile to everyone. Because you see, because smiling is the best form of charity. I will tell you to care for animals and treat them with care. I'll tell you to treat those who treat you bitter, treat them better. I'll tell you to treat those who treat you worse. I'll tell you to just keep smiling. I'll tell you not to be mad at someone for more than 3 days, because that breaks your heart. We must be people from those of goodness flows towards others, be people of action and service in humanity. East, west, south, or north makes little or no difference whatsoever to me. I don't care about your past. I just want to know how you've arrived. What your origin, creed, color, or none, or your choices you make, if of religion or none, I don't care. There's more than we have in common than that divides us in humanity. Because when you're hurt, we all hurt. When you bleed, we all bleed. When we lose, we all lose as a whole community. Oh, beloved, strengthen me upon my religion and guide us to the straight path. I ask, oh, changer of hearts, make my heart firm upon my religion. In humanity, just to make sure that every journey is a journey within that will bring change in our society. We all have one destination, but it's the journey we take within to ourselves. So we must keep striving to understand each other and be tolerant of all our indifferences, and don't need to conform or try to fit in. Be just as you are. As in a society we live, so that we celebrate our similarities, that not let divide us. I leave you with a narration of our beloved Prophet, peace be upon him, who says, what we love for ourselves is what we truly love for each other. Cradle to the grave, peace be upon you. Thank you very much.
Right. Hello, everyone. Peace and blessings to you all. Thank you so much to Kamla for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to talk about mental health. So my name is Rehana Sidat, and I am CEO and founder of Jamila's Legacy. And Jamila's Legacy is a non-profit organization set up in 2015. And our main focus is mental health awareness, resilience, and training, because we know that if we are all equipped with the basic information, awareness, and knowledge that we need to look after our own mental health and have a better understanding for others, we will create a better society. And our main focus is supporting and educating communities and organizations in mental health well-being. So today I'm going to focus on mental health resilience. And so you must be thinking, well, what is resilience? Resilience means being able to adapt to life's misfortunes and setbacks. We all have them. We will all go through things in our lives where our resilience is tested. And we will go through things where it's extremely difficult to cope. Things like grief, financial difficulties, relationship issues, additional stresses that you weren't planning. There's always going to be things that happen that we haven't planned for. So having resilience is really, really important. So just like a child, if we think about when they start to learn to walk, what happens? They fall, but they get up again. They may even get hurt, but they get up again. However, as we start to get older, what happens? As we start becoming young adults, and as we get older, that resilience, what happens to that resilience? If we fall, does that deter us? If we go through a bad experience, does that deter us from trying again? Do we give up? So I want you to think about that child that falls again, the child in you that got up again and learned to walk and learned to do all the things that you have done to get you to here today. That resilience is inside of you. Don't think, I am weak, I can't cope with this. How am I going to cope with this? You will, you've done it before, and you will do it again. So World Mental Health Organization says, I'm sorry, my slide seems to have changed from passing them on to Dr. Indrani. Mental health is a fundamental element of the resilience, health assets, capabilities, and positive adaptation that enable people both to cope. Now, I can't read the rest of that slide, so I'm going to read it from my handout. And positive adaptation that enables people both to cope with adversity and to reach their full potential and humanity. A few years ago, well, more than a decade ago, I was a victim of a religious hate crime. And that significant experience had a huge impact on me. Not that I have not been a victim of religious hate crime, of racism before that. I have many experiences from my childhood up to now, but that event was significant in my life because it led to me experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder. And I was really struggling. And I thought, why? I've been through so many things in my life. Why has this one broken me? Why? When there have been much worse things. We all reach our limits. It was because I had reached my limit. I was carrying too much, but also I had forgotten to keep on building my resilience. I was on empty at that point. So I think the learning for me at that point was that I had forgotten me. I was so busy giving. At that point, I had forgotten to make sure that I was giving to myself. So my lesson then was, if you want to keep on giving to others and to be able to fulfill the responsibility to others, including my children, I needed to make sure I was giving to myself and I was being responsible with that. So one of the things I enrolled on as well as having therapy, was art. And whilst doing art, I took up photography and poetry. Poetry is something I did do as a child, but I'd kind of given up. And one day I was in the garden, bit of nature therapy, and I came across a daisy. This daisy that you see here that I'm painting. This daisy was actually in the cracks of a slab. Now, how was this daisy growing? Not in just pure soil, but in the cracks of a slab, all alone. And it made me reflect on my life and how I was feeling just then. I took the photograph and I thought, I'm going to paint that. So not only was that daisy giving me a lesson on my life, but on everyone as a whole and the world, and how we human beings are resilient and how we survive in the most difficult of circumstances. It made me think about emergency workers who often have to go to the most traumatic situations. How do they clock off and then come the next day back on shift again? We've just been through COVID and we clapped for NHS heroes. So many people who saw so much death, and then they're still resilient. They go on again and again. This is why this resilience is so important. So I'm going to read something out that I wrote at the time. I wrote a very short poem, but it described how I was feeling and how I interpreted that daisy. The lone daisy. Loneliness and depression are Daisy's companions, but brave Daisy stands tall amongst the weeds. Beauty can flourish anywhere, amongst the weeds and the cracks in the pavement. Daisy blooms in spite of the environmental factors. Daisy grows in spite of the internal and external terrain. Daisy will make her mark on this earth. Daisy will bring joy to all those that happen to glance her way. So I just wanted to leave you with one of my favorite poets and Sufis, Rumi. Don't sit and wait. Get out there and feel life. Thank you very much. Oh, and I forgot to show you. Right, here we go. And this. Yes. Sorry. There you go.
Thank you.
I'm sitting down because I shake. And I say I ain't got no friends, I ain't got no family, but all of you are my friends and family. And my name's Aisha Sharia, and my name now that I've adopted is #unstoppable. I am unstoppable because I have been broken, and I've come back and been broken to unbroken. I won't say unbreakable because, like Mohammed said, it's that resilience that we have to keep feeding ourselves and we keep moving forward every day, slowly, slowly, slowly. I say that I'm from pieces to peace. I love my peace. And I'm never going to be silenced again. And nobody's going to take my peace away. I'm an emotive speaker. I speak from my heart. I say what I feel. I say what I feel. Nobody can stop me. I also don't remember very much. Yesterday's gone. Today's a new day. And I don't think I'm going to be here tomorrow. So I'm here in the present, in the moment. And that's called mindfulness. Just being in the moment, being in the present. I did a few, what you call bullet points. So I don't talk from bullet points. From a book or notes or, when I stutter and I get it all wrong. So I'm just going to say, there's my friends on the radio. So alhamdulillah, there's this chapter and verse in the Quran which is, "O mankind, we created you from a single pair, a male," so you men are counted as well. You men do count, yeah, from a male Adam and a female Eve. And we made you into different nations and tribes so that you may know one another, get to know one another, and not hate each other and not despise one another. And the best among you is the one that is most God conscious and pious. I'm a God conscious woman. I'm God fearing, and I'm kind of spiritual as well. You know, I'm now from within. And I'm talking about peace, because Islam means peace. And peace is from within. If you don't have inner peace, no matter how much money, how many cars, boats, islands, mansions, whatever you might own, jewelry, designer, handbag, whatever, it ain't going to give you no peace, you're going to be happy, right? And there's no happy, there's what's called contentment. So there's peace and there's contentment of heart. Peace of mind is so important. I'm a mother of 3 young men, 19, 20, and 22. So I've been a groupie, I followed my elders around every single person in the whole of England. He went through blessing my elders went through the care system. So there's been a lot of loss and separation over the years. Now, somebody doesn't have to be begging to grieve. You know, to grieve or to be that sense of loss, separation. You can be, I went to an event a few weeks ago and it was called honor-based violence. Oh, so when I figured that out and it was in print and on paper, well, that's what happened to me. So that's what happened. That's called abandonment. So any form of abandonment, rejection, neglect, abuse, you name it, yeah, can slowly break you until you're a mess. Yeah, you're dead, you're the living dead. You're dead. Just that you're not dead and buried underground or burned alive. Or dead. There's a difference in burning people alive. It's all happening, it all happens. So I just said, and there's another verse that I believe, which is that we're all made different skin color, speaking different languages. Yes, and there is a lot of discrimination, a lot of oppression, just because of the shade of your skin, just because you're lighter skin or darker skin. Yeah? But we're made, right? Allah, I say Allah because it's an Arabic word for the Almighty, your Creator, the Lord. So Allah created, He didn't make a mistake. God did not make a mistake, right? God is perfect, and God gave me the skin color that I have. God gave me the language that I speak. God gave me the heart that I have. Yeah, and God did not. I say I'm perfect with all my imperfections. Right? I'm perfect with all my imperfections. I'm a good woman. I'm a solid woman. I'm a strong woman. I'm a mother. Right? Like a tree. So really, and we have a lot. We have more similarities than differences between us. Because at the end of the day, we're human beings. That's not similarity we have. We're human beings. We're one race of people. And we may have differences, but we can work with our differences. There's what's called tolerance. There's what's called patience, acceptance. So we can work with one another. Even if we don't agree, we can choose not to agree, but we can still love. There's still love. Love has no color or no difference. Love is love. Peace is peace. And the other thing is, for me, what does peace mean? Peace means to live without disease. Peace means freedom. To have freedom, I have freedom. And we can be in what you call mental slavery. We can be chained, psychologically. I'm now living without psychological and emotional violence. Right? People think about abuse or domestic violence as some broken ribs and a broken leg or an arm. Still they think like that. Oh, but did he ever hit me? Yeah, he broke me, he broke my mind. Yeah? But it doesn't have to be the he, it doesn't have to be the other significant. It can be anybody. It could be your friend, somebody you're working with, a neighbor, a family member, anybody that's toxic, that makes you feel uncomfortable, and it doesn't sit well with you. Something somebody says to you, something somebody does, and you think, any little comment, anything to try and break it, to put you down, step away because it can't give you your peace. Yeah? Own your peace because you are responsible for yourself. Nobody else
and be responsible for you. And for me, peace is tranquility, it's like calmness, it's stillness, and it's like I said, being in the present. And it's just that, you know, I believe in, I don't do worry and stress anymore. But I did worry and stress this morning trying to get that parking ticket. Don't tell anybody, I parked my car in the church. I went supposed to park it there. But not because it was a church, I swear it's supposed to park it there. So yes, and I don't, it's that noise, irritation, the racing thoughts. So you find your way, you find ways for your well-being. Your well-being is without your well-being, there's nothing there. So you have to find ways to make you feel good, to make you feel happy, and for you to just get through. I might have a history of self-harming and a sense of suicide, go through, and it's never going back there again. And never ever letting nobody is not happening. So, what I talk about psychological and emotional hostility and violence, we have what's called a natural instinct. We can feel it. I think I get it, but yeah, there's a brain in the stomach. So you should feel it there. This is your secondary brain, I think. You know, the thought, the intelligence that comes from their intelligence. But here you have your gut instincts, you have your gut feelings. If something don't feel that, go away because it's not good for your peace. So there, I'm looking at bits of paper again. It's about the mental well-being. I'm all about self-care. I'm all about mental well-being. I'm all about self-love. And I try and incorporate the 5 ways of well-being. So the 5 ways of well-being, they are connecting with what I'm talking fast as well because I can talk. So the 5 ways of well-being. So number 1, I would say connectedness. Connecting with one another. I think we're connecting here. Yeah, I think we're interacting with one another. So we connect, first of all, with ourselves, we connect with our friends. Not everybody has friends, or they think that they're friends, but they're not their friends. Family, not everybody has family. Well, you do have family, but either maybe they're dead or you haven't got contact with them. So there's family, friends, neighbors, I know. But, you know, if you have a good neighbor, that's a blessing. So neighbors, friends, family, work colleagues, you know, whatever, connecting with other people, clubs, societies, groups, wherever you go, whatever you do, just connect with one another. Taking notice. I walked into this room and I like to stand in the room and see who's here. You know, what's her blonde hair saying to me? You know, I like that. Oh, she's wearing a scarf. And this nice, that black man over there, I like it, yeah. So I like to scan the room and I like to see, be in your present moment, take notice of your surroundings. I was looking for a cup of tea when I came in. So take notice of your surroundings, your environment. You know, I love being in the park. I look at the clouds, I look at the sky, I look at the trees. Not a leaf falls without the will of Allah. All of this nature, you know, we've come from mud and we're going back to mud. And also, I'm a runner and I train to run. So I'll come on to that in a moment. But, you know, take notice. Also, keep learning, something new. Yeah, when we learn, we engage our mind. So I know, I sometimes forget which channel is EastEnders on, because I watch all the classic EastEnders every afternoon. So I've got myself a routine. So sometimes if I miss it, then I want the second EastEnders on, which comes on at 2 o'clock, but I don't know what channel that one's on. So I'm using my brain to figure out what channels is the next EastEnders on, and is it on tonight, or is the other stuff on, or what? So keep using your brain. And so I'm learning new things as well. I ended up sitting in a crochet session yesterday. And I've had a go at knitting, I've had a go at crochet, but I know, find out what you can do, what's good for you. I know what I can do. I can run, so I run for my mental well-being, and now I play basketball. I do that. I can't make it, so I can't do that. But I found out what I can do, so I do what I can do, and help others with it. So, and giving. So, for example, giving, volunteering is a big thing to do. You know, if you're not in that headspace, it's a big thing to do. But everybody's come here today. You're giving your time. You're giving patience. You're listening. You know, you might not want to sit here. You might be bored. You don't want to listen. You want to go, but everybody's here maybe for a different reason. I don't know. But you're giving. So even if it is that, making somebody a cup of tea, you'll feel good because you've made someone a cup of tea. They'll feel nice and appreciated because you've made them a cup of tea. And by the way, I have flowers and I have chocolate.
Just so we know, yeah?
Dark chocolate, yeah, and a bit black coffee. So, yes, and so activity, being, I'm really fast. You're all in here, I'm really super fast. Activity also, keep moving, move your mood, keep moving. So on the running side, I'm going to start the LERF training, which lead in running fitness. And it's first time ever I've come to university. I've always wanted to go to university, so here I am at university. And so the running, yes, my ladies are graduating this Saturday at 5 o'clock. They're going to do, I had to cancel, today would have been the last session this morning, but I cancelled and I came here. And I said, we'll do our last run on Saturday, that's tomorrow, at Vicky Park, at the 5K park run. So we're going to do that. So you're all invited, yes? Come along and celebrate my ladies. And then what else?
What time's it at?
9 o'clock, it starts at 9, but we meet at the car park. Come and celebrate the ladies. See, there's no age barrier. There's no barrier to learning. You know, I am doing today, maybe somebody might think, oh, well, you're doing it a bit 30 years too late, 40 years too late. I'm doing it in Allah's time because nothing happens in my time. I am not in control of anything. I'm only where I am where Allah places me. So the running, yes, and I'm starting another program for ladies on Monday, 19th of September at Club Course. I'm just putting it out there. Come along and I will help you. Now, running is not about running. Right? I like I said, I do the 5 ways of well-being in everything that I do. And it's all about just living again, just living life. So I'm doing this because I want women to be happier. I want women to live happier, healthier, holistic, halal lifestyles. Just live and be happy, you know, enjoy the moment and be who you are. Yeah? Who cares what you're dressing or what you're wearing or what you eat or what you cooked or, you know, where you went or, who cares? People don't forget. People got a life. People ain't got time for you. Some ladies say to me, oh, but, you know, people will say, what are they going to see? The back of you because you're going to be gone. You know? So, yeah. So the main message here is acceptance, letting go, surrendering and go with the flow. Because if I just sat there and thought about, wow, this, and I'll be finished again. But no, but thank you to all the lovely people who are working with the people that need your help, yeah, the young ones. I'm doing this as well as a focus. My youngest, it's been very, very hard for me to say, I can't look after him at home. It's the 4th time I've had my child section. So he's in a mental prison. He's actually in psychiatric unit where, you know, we just pump them up with stuff. And the therapy, you know, it's like, it'll come to you when you're upset. So when people are in denial, nothing is going to help them. When people are not ready for it, it's not their time. So as a mother, I have to carry on living my life. Because I'm going into my day on my own, not with my children, not with anybody. And one other message I want to put out is, not picking on anybody, but please, people, do your healing, do your recovery. You know, go on your journey of healing, do whatever's necessary you have to do to be the better person you are. And love yourself, like yourself, do self-care, do self-love. And just be there. Be there for yourself. And do yourself. I hope I didn't take up too much time.
You were called unstoppable for a reason.
You should have put a timer in that.
We're going to change the program a little bit, and we've just agreed with Tanu that to do her thing later on, and also Rita Sojani is not able to speak today, so Suzanne has to leave earlier, so she can't do the afternoon session. So we're going to swap around. So it's sorry, I said Suzanne, I don't know. I should say Susan. Susan O'Hara, over to you. You introduce yourself. If you want to go in front of the screen.
later on, so I think. Yeah? Yeah.
You want
Well,
to
you
kill
can
issues
stand
against
there,
Suzanne
you-
today?
Oh, I can hide here. It's a little better, right?
Yeah. Good morning. We're heading to afternoon already. I'm a bit nervous, but don't focus on the nervousness, just on the message. She has introduced me already as Susan, but I can do that again. My name is Susan Owera, and I'm the founder and director of Comfort Center Leicester, and so do Comfort Center Uganda. I won't take much of the time. I stand here today not for myself, but for the parents of those in need and children with sickle cell disease and thalassemia in Leicester, and also I represent Uganda as well. I felt the pain of a mother. That was my sister with a child with sickle cell disease. And it was hard. And I realized that the pain that a young child goes through, it's unbearable. And that is sickle cell disease. It is something that most people in the world knows about it. We have heard about it, but it's something that we don't understand the pain that they go through. And I want to share a little bit of my story. The name Comfort, it came from me because I experienced being comforted by strangers and not relatives nor families. And I realized that it means a lot to anybody, any race. It doesn't matter where you come from or where you are. It comes with love. I was as a child, by the age 12. I had appendicitis. Back then, I was still in Africa, Uganda. My mother died when I was 8 years old. In that hospital, I went in the theater walking, and in the hospital ward, I had no one. No one was there except strangers that gave me the comfort that I needed. That is why I call this charity Comfort Center today. So 3 years ago, this is when Comfort Center Uganda and Leicester gave birth to itself. My sister was desperate. She lost her marriage. The husband could not accept her with the child who has sickle cell disease. I had the sound of need and desperation from a mother. So I decided
to give my support. But how would I do that? I went on Facebook. I looked for a nearby religious pastor because I felt in my heart that the best way possible for me to do so would be through somebody else, so that the source of support that she's receiving, she would put it in support of the child. The church did accept and took my kindness into their own hands to deliver the support that this child needs. To cut the whole story short, I began sending the little income that I have. I'm a mother of 4, a single mother. But I didn't care the little I have. I saw it as enough for me and her. By the time the church began to send a little help I have for them, she then thought the support, the help is coming from the church. And so because she knows what she goes through, she started sharing the good news of this church helping her with her child to other parents in a similar situation like her. And so then the church got back and said, we are overwhelmed. We now have 5 children and we need help. Can you do it? There's no any other way I could take that into my own wallet. And that is how Comfort Center all started. We then had to register it as a community-based organization in Uganda, but I continued supporting them till now. And thinking of my community in Leicester, one day something just spoke to me that, Susan, have you thought that in Leicester, in your community, you live here, what is happening within Leicester? And then I found out there is need of comfort as well to families and children with sickle cell, not only sickle cell, but thalassemia as well. Love. When we talk of love, love can conquer anything. Love does not choose any color, but love is the key of unity. Comfort and pain. No matter how we may look at parents, as yourself, you're a mother, father, you're a parent of somebody. Sometimes we may seem strong, but inside we are broken. That is why it's important for us to comfort each other. I realize that families with children with sickle cell disease, it is difficult for them to share their struggles. And why? Because the stigma. And you find out that in some areas around the world, most people, they look at this condition as something terrible. that a family has. So therefore, people chose to be quiet, not to talk about it. But by being quiet, it's not going to change anything within our society. By us speaking about it, by us creating awareness, by our World Health Organization taking sickle cell disease seriously, same as other conditions in the world. Where families and children in the UK abroad, where they've got the equipment for tests, and it is our duty as people like myself to encourage parents and young youth, our youth, to be aware of this disease, which is something that we cannot get rid of, but we can have control over it. It is something that we found it here, and it's genetic. So by us doing the right thing, and with comfort and love and kindness, this call everybody. And also, when you look at how do we support ourselves, this is how I looked at it. I did it, and I will continue doing it until one day I'm no more. And we should also teach our children to follow our footsteps, to be great people like you are today. Because if your child knows, oh, mom used to do this or dad used to do that, they will carry on. There's no way that our country, our world will grow more. I would like to appeal to World Health Organization that, especially in Africa, where I come from, Uganda, there is so much need, because there is no equipment that people have here, like in the UK. So children dies at an early age. As much as a small organization like myself, Comfort Center, Uganda and Leicester try, it is hard, because last year, receiving a phone call, losing 2 children young at 8 years, it is sad. There is more needs to be done. And we cannot do that more without health. Anemia, because the economy, things have changed all over the world. But if we try our best to share the little we have through donations, your life, you will live a happier life. You will know you've done something, you've changed a life. of a child. Until we see things with our two eyes, then, but imagine you're here, you've never been in Uganda, you've never been in Sierra Leone, you've never been in any other African country. You might have heard about sickle cell here in the UK, but you haven't even seen the person physically. You have not understood their needs and what can make them feel better. Just a little smile that you can make a child or a parent, it is important and it is good. I want to end it with, if we can take a 1 minute silence in honor of Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
We've got a wonderful vision, funny arm, kind of change the mood a little bit. And over to you, Rishi.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for having me, Kamla, and for putting this on. What a wonderful event. Please give Kamla and Bob, is it? Okay.
Camera on you.
Oh.
Good idea.
Okay. So my name is Ishi. I'm a freelance artist, as you might not be able to tell. And I'm here to do a little bit of laughter yoga. So it's wonderful to hear the speakers so far talk about peace comes from within. Peace comes from within. So what I'm going to do is very much ask you to join me, invite you to get up on your feet, if you like, please. I was going to do this issue, and I can now let issue do it.
Oh.
Okay, so the first instance, the peace starts from within. Give me a cheer or show me a hand if you're feeling peaceful right now. Yay. Lovely, we've got some waves, fantastic. So what I'd say is, on a score of 1 to 10, if you could rate how you're feeling right now, where 1 is, I wish I'd stayed in bed, and 10 is yay! Yeah! Yeah! Fantastic, few 10s here. So anyone under 4 or 5 or 4, anyone under 5, put your hands up. No one, no one. I'm talking, you are. Believing. Oh, what's the single cell talk that you did? Anyway, okay, so we're all at a 10. So the first thing I'm going to say is, can you think of something that's disturbed your peace today? Now, it might be stressing about the car parking ticket, okay? It might be that your neighbour looked at you a bit weird. It might be you've come in dressed to fit in and you look like this. Okay? Something that's disturbed your peace. Everyone got something?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So now on this, connect with that emotion, connect with that feeling, connect with that time. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm aiming to take you to 5 or below right now. It's okay, you're in good hands. Everyone's sort of there. Everyone had a peace disturbing moment. Yeah? Feeling, oh, you're still laughing at it. Listen, I'm over it now. Well, I want you to connect with that if you would please. Go back to that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So at that point, right, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to warm our hands up. So some people have been feeling cold in here, is that right? Yeah, it's a bit chillier. So this has got nothing to do with love yoga, actually. Does it? Yeah. So rub your hands hard and fast until there's fire coming out your hands. Because this is how humankind made fire. So I want you to feel so hot. Are we making fire yet?
Yeah.
Are we? Yeah. Fantastic. So when you take your hands a little bit further apart now, what can you feel? Shout. Tingling, yes, tingling. How far apart can you take your hands and still feel something? There, brilliant. Yeah, we're moving. I love doing this with kids because kids just do that. They go like this. Adults are a bit shy. Maybe, I wonder if they're going further and I'll go a little bit further. That's how adults tend to think. Okay, so this is your energy that you have manifested just in a few seconds of rubbing your hands together. That's without any coffee or drugs. Okay. Yeah, I thought you would probably have the most experience out of us having had that. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Anyway, so the first thing we're going to do then is that's your energy. So I'd like you then to come into this place where we're going to do a clapping exercise to take us from where you connected with something that's disturbed your peace, okay? And now we're going to clap. We clap with our hands straight, arms straight. So keep your shoulders backing down if you can. Okay. Imagine tree roots coming out your feet and going deep into the core of the earth. And your hands are like this, and we're going to clap this way. Okay. So let's try that. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Okay, let's try that again. 1, 2, 3. And this time we're going to clap like 9 times, but it's going to go like this. We're going to add some sound effects. Ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ho. Ee, ee, ee. That should get everybody smiling, yes? Have we got this? Okay. And then the next one we're going to add on to that is ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ho. Tee, tee, tee. Yeah? So follow me when we do this, okay? So here we go. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. And then take your hand behind. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Well done, armpits. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. And the whole thing again. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Testing you. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. Ha, 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 ho, 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 tee, tee, tee. And now all together. Again. One more time. Okay, right. There are about 7 people in this room, and it sounded like they're 3. What I want is for the laughter to be so loud that you know that there were no signs coming here, that people don't need the signs to know that there's a peace conference going on. I want people on the other side of Leicester to hear us laughing our hearts out. Because, you know, this is your chance. Just go for it. Don't worry about what anybody else is doing. Let's go for it. 1, 2, 3. Brilliant. Now, lift your hands in front of you like this. Take a nice deep breath in through the nose. Remember the tree roots coming out the bottom of your feet. Okay, nice straight spine, neck up, shoulders back. Okay, that means yes, you get more boob. Okay, nice deep breath in through the nose. Pull your energy up. Come to your throat, turn your palms out, facing away. Breathe out. Breathe in. Stretch up, and if you can come up onto your toes, please do. And breathe out, and let it go. Again, breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Last time. You can close your eyes if you like. I promise I won't come and make your money. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Stretch. Let it all go. And then just bring your hands into your front prayer position. So your thumbs are touching and you're pressing down on your sternum. Okay. And this is a very good grounding, they call them mudras or postures, if you like. So if you're ever nervous or anxious going in before an interview or a meeting, this is a great one to do. It might be a great one if you're going to meet with potential in-laws, for instance. Okay, so just like this, keeping your eyes closed now. Think about how you're feeling now to how you felt before when we tried to take you to a place of disturbed peace. And where is it out of 10 now? What exactly are you feeling? Just bottle this feeling. Okay. Imagine it like a light coming from the heart. And it's spreading out, whatever this feeling is, whether it's joy or peace or happiness or relaxation. Imagine this light coming out of your heart and spreading like ripples on a pond so it fills this entire building. And then imagine it spreading still till it covers the entire Leicester. And spread it further still until it covers the entire East Midlands. And these ripples keep going until they cover the whole of the United Kingdom. And keep these ripples spreading out until they cover the whole planet. And take it further into the universe. Think of one thing that you're grateful for today, just one thing. And take a nice deep breath in through the nose, into the belly. Imagine warm golden sunshine going in through the nostrils like golden glitter. It re-energizes, revitalizes, refreshes every single cell in your body. And as you breathe out, all the worries, anxieties, fears come out like white fluffy clouds and drift off into the distance. Remembering that one thing that you're grateful for today. And rub the palms of your hands together hard and fast, hard and fast, hard and fast until there's fire in this room. Let's get those sprinklers going. And then put the palms of your hands onto your shut eyes. This is a great one to do regularly, especially if you're in front of computer screens all the time. Every 20 minutes, do take a break and do this. And then allow your hands to slide down your face until your fingers are on your eyes. And then peek through the gaps in your fingers. And look at somebody next to you. Look at someone next to you and just say, "Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! You're so beautiful! You're so beautiful! Excellent! Finally, I'm happy! I'm happy! I'm healthy! I'm healthy! I'm joyous! I'm joyous! Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. And so, can I just tell people to follow me on Instagram? It's She Too Funny? So it's the number 2, or Facebook as well as, and I'll be back in Leicester in February for the Leicester Comedy Festival. So if you want dates for your diary, do come along. That's not necessarily going to be child-friendly material.
Okay, so now we've got peace, trade and sustainability, and we've got 3 people online. We've got some amazing individuals. The Leicestershire Enterprise Partnership co-chair. We've got the Indian government's chief advisor on trade, and we've got a London-based peace ambassador and founder of JND Divine Consortium. So we're just going to get them connected up, and let's hear about what our peace, trade and sustainability are joined up. Right. Thank you very much. Do you want to have a 5-minute break?
We're having a 5-minute break.
Good stuff. You guys are doing a great job.
Where have you been watching that? Yeah, isn't it? On the screen. I just thought, well, I'll post the YouTube link and you can see what's going on in the screen. It's madness. It's nice.
Well, it's good to see the technology working as well. Well done.
That's the thing. Well, we did actually had few problems at the start, but now luckily everything is working.
Sounds good. We had Balna. She disappeared. Where is she?
He has been right. Sorry.
We had Balna and she's just disappeared. I wonder where she's gone. I hope she's coming back in.
Device is not connected. So I'm just telling them on the here.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's happening with battery. Might not be. Perfect.
Hello, Balna. You are very faint, Balna. I can't hear you at all. Ouch. Can you hear me properly?
I can hear you very well. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
You can hear me okay as well, isn't it? Am I audible properly?
Yes, you are. Yeah, it's slight echo at times, but I think we'll get that sorted once everybody's on board.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Then I'll move the screen as well. So just so you can see the audience, I'll just kind of keep it like that.
Yes.
It's better, isn't it?
It is. We can see the reaction of people.
Yeah.
If there is anybody.
So the thing is that Dr. is not Jenny, is it? He got, yeah, so she's trying to. Yeah. But he can't because he has got the.
Not at all. No, he just said that 12:35 would be all right. He wasn't, he did jump in, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, I have. And then it'll yeah.
Take 10 minutes to.
Yeah.
For instance, you'll copy on the way that's doing it.
Yeah.
And we're going to give these copies.
Thank you.
She's coming now.
How are you doing anyway? Is it okay? Did you?
I'm marching back home and putting some more bits on. Yeah, I know.
Hey, Bhavna, how do you get the background? How do you get the background? How can I hide?
We can all hear you. Hold on a second.
Ah,
No,
You're muted.
yeah, very very low volume, Bhavna. Can you up the volume?
No, she's not mute. She's not mute. I think your device, your audio is not connected. We can't hear you at all. There we go.
Yeah, I was just.
Yeah, can you
Hello,
hear me?
Dr. Badri. How are you?
Hello, Anilji. How are you? Yeah, good. How are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you
Yeah,
loud and
great.
clear. We can see you well as well.
Great. Nice to meet you finally.
Very good. We've been talking on LinkedIn a bit, haven't we? Let's see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We still can't hear you, Bhavna. Sorry.
Nice to see you. Bhavna.
Do you know when you log in, Bhavna, it gives you a choice to say switch on the microphone and audio. Did you do it? Oh. Because you've tried logging in a couple of times
Surprising.
as well.
Yeah, I think we're looking at
Thank you very much, Dr. Badrina, for joining us. I know that you are on the go here in the airport, trying to manage and find a space, a quiet space, so which is nice. Thank you very much for joining us. Bhavna, I hope your microphone is working now, is it? Maybe you can try joining in from your phone if that's something where you have got the link. Join in from there, yeah? Maybe your audio, yeah. So you can see our audience as well. You can communicate some of them to come and join in between as well. Okay. So, shall we make a start for the afternoon session then now? Not afternoon, well,
It's still
actually
morning,
just,
but yes.
yeah, yes. So, in this session, of course, we have got Dr. Badrinarayan, Anil Majatia, and Bhavna joining us here as panelists. So I'm going to read out a little bit of a bio for each of them, and then we'll kind of engage in a conversation. So it's going to be more conversational. You get a chance to ask questions, and they get a chance to respond. And it's quite unique because you can also meet our participants here. So Anil Majatia, he's the co-chair of LEP, and he was born in Uganda of Indian origin, and he left for India in 1970, continued his education in India for 4 years before coming to UK in 1974. to join the other members of the family that were expelled from Uganda during Idi Amin regime. During his professional career of 38 plus years, Anil has worked with numerous international organizations to deliver major transformational changes. Although he retired from full-time employment in 2017, he has pursued his passion of supporting organizations around education, health, and well-being agenda. To this effect, in addition to being appointed as a co-chair at LEP, he is also a vice chair at North Warwickshire and South Leicestershire Colleges, non-executive director at George Eliot Hospital NHS Trust. He also chairs the George Eliot Hospital Trust Charity and also the chair of the Regional Advisory Board for Canals and Rivers Trust. A very warm welcome to you, Anil. I think we have missed Badri there. Yeah, he's not there. But I'll just read out. So, there's no one now. So Badri will be, maybe he will be joining. He's having a little bit of a disruption around the, because he's in the airport and he's catching a flight, so he's in a transition. But then we have got Bhavna as well with us here. So shall we start with both of you now first, and then as soon as he joins, then we can have a conversation that time as well. All right. So over to you, Anil, first. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your work, the works that you have done? Of course, I've read only a little bit of your bio there, but if you would like to let us know about the work that you're doing and how basically you're contributing to Leicester, or you have contributed to Leicester. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me, and thank you for that introduction, Dr. Indrani. Lovely to be here. In terms of what I am doing, until 2017, I was in a full-time employment delivering major transformational changes for global business. In 2017, I decided to go what I call semi-retirement. I don't believe people ever retire from life. People only retire from jobs. So I have retired from my job, not from life. So I support various not-for-profit organizations by contributing to their boards and strategic activities. So at the moment, I am on the boards of various not-for-profit organizations. As Dr. Indrani read out, I co-chair Leicestershire Enterprise Partnership. I will talk a little bit more about what they do later, but basically the focus of Leicester and Leicestershire Enterprise Partnership is around economic prosperity of the region, Leicestershire, and I'm a chair of Canal and River Trust East Midlands Regional Advisory Board, where Leicestershire is our focus. We're focusing on well-being. What we like to do is people have active living, and we're encouraging people in the community groups to come and work with us and enjoy the wonderful assets that we have on our doorways. I'm also a non-executive director with George Eliot Hospital NHS Trust. I chair their charity as well to make sure that the NHS staff well-being and patient experience is well looked after. And there are various other board positions I have, which I won't go into at the moment, but basically keeping myself busy and trying to make a difference to Leicester and Leicestershire.
Thank you very much indeed. So, here, of course, what we are doing today is we are sharing the work that we are doing in Leicester and how we are contributing in the society and all of that. So, based on the work that you are doing, how do you expect the community and the university to support you or to work with you?
Good. So I will do this in two different phases, Dr. Indrani. First is around Leicestershire Enterprise Partnership, as I say, where our focus is the economic prosperity of the region. And in that context, we collaborate with local businesses, global businesses to encourage and facilitate inward investment. We like big companies to come work, have their places in Leicestershire, create jobs, create employment. The other aspect around the Leicestershire Enterprise Partnership is collaborating with education sector, so colleges and universities, to actually identify and work on the skills that we need in Leicester and Leicestershire to prosper economically. So that's around from the Leicestershire Enterprise Partnership. We want to collaborate with the business, with the education sector to ensure we have the right skills, and last but not least, collaborate with the local government and the national government to make sure that we're getting the right amount of funding to develop the right skills, ensure we have the right infrastructure within Leicester and Leicestershire for the economic prosperity of businesses to grow and support the employment. So that's all about business. That's the commercial aspect. Other side of me is as a chair of Canal and River Trust East Midlands Advisory Board. Our focus is around mental, physical health and well-being. What we like to do is engage with local communities and encourage them to use. Canal and River Trust has a whole host of facilities. We have canals really at the back door. There are around 117,000 people who live within 1 kilometre of canals or waterways within Leicester and Leicestershire. Our focus is to encourage them to do what I call active living. We want them to go do walkabouts, enjoy life. As we always say with Canal and River Trust, life is better by water. I think it helps people's physical, mental well-being by actually being active, walking around the waterways. We're also collaborating. So we want all our community groups, and there are certain community groups that hasn't engaged that much, and we want it to be diverse. We want all our communities to come and use our canals, our rivers, our towpaths to support their mental, physical health. But we're also working hard with what I would call health professionals to make sure that there is what we call social prescribing. So we want our medical professions, when somebody goes to them, to say, okay, not just have a clinical intervention, but actually say, you know what, go work with Canal and River Trust and we will have some activities for them. For instance, we're working with Nottinghamshire, where we provide social prescribing activities, which are prescribed by GPs for people to do a bit of canoeing, bit of paddle boarding. We have various people, Kamala is very active in organizing various activities for the people. We have walk with the doctor sessions, which we are planning to introduce. Basically, the fundamental focus is around ensuring mental and physical health and well-being, supporting the government, supporting the strategy around prevention, around against obesity, against diabetes, a whole host of problems which we're trying to help with and facilitate the active working. So you can see that on that one aspect, and this is where my life as a retired person becomes wonderful. One aspect, I'm looking at it around from business side, economic prosperity. On another aspect, I'm looking about, it's no point having economic prosperity if you don't have a healthy population. So we're trying to work on healthy population. And as you interestingly pointed out, the final end of my retired life is around being a non-executive director in a George Eliot Hospital. So how we treat our communities when they actually are ill. And that's how I'm effectively bringing all this together in terms of what we can all do collectively for Leicester and Leicestershire. I hope that answers the question, Indrani.
Yes, it does, and I think that that's a very good split of our between our speakers here today as well. Because on that note, I'll bring in Dr. Badri Narayan, and so just to introduce him. So currently, Dr. Badri Narayan is serving the government of India at the rank of Joint Secretary as Lead Advisor, Trade and Commerce, Strategic Economic Dialogue and International Cooperation of NITI Aayog, Indian Policy Hub. So prior to these, he has been, he has been a applied economist with 20 years of experience and expertise in economic modeling, data science. So to start with you, Dr. Narayan, how are you today? Are you okay? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you well, Dr. Indrani. Thank you for the generous introduction.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so if I start with you, just with a question of how, what is the kind of work that you are, I know that you are having a lead role with the government of India, but also you have been an applied economist. So how do you, what does your work look like? If you give us a little bit around that.
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Indrani. That will be my pleasure. So as you rightly pointed out, I've been an economist and a consultant researcher for several organizations before, and since last year I joined the government of India. So NITI Aayog is basically there are two meanings to it. So one is the literal Hindi meaning for NITI Aayog, as some of you may know, is policy commission. So Niti means policy, and Aayog means commission. So it's basically the place where the policies for the government of India, national government, are made, or they are vetted, and inputs are given. So of course, policies are made with consultations with a lot of other ministries and civil society and so on. But this is the hub for that. This is where all the inputs to policies happen, and all the deliberations happen. So that is the first meaning, and the expansion for the word NITI in English, NITI, is National Institution for Transforming India. So basically, it's an institution that is tasked with coming up with transformational policies for the government of India. And this was actually previously, when India got independence, we had Planning Commission of India, and that was actually called Yojana Aayog. So Yojana means planning. So that was in 2014 disbanded, because planning is an activity that is done in a society where you have socialism, and you have every single industrial activity is being planned by the government. So that, in that sense, Planning Commission was relevant, but it lost relevance in the recent years. So that is when the Prime Minister of India, the cabinet, disbanded the Planning Commission, and they announced NITI Aayog. And NITI Aayog has several verticals. It is connected with all the branches of the government. So it is connected with all the different ministries, for example. So in this organization, you have a lot of cross-cutting things going on. So we are not like focusing on just one area, but work on multiple things. But within that, my profile, I think that I'm coming to your question. So my work within this setting is focusing on three broad areas. So one is trade and commerce, which is basically exports, imports, the policies related to them, including the ongoing free trade agreement negotiations between the two countries, India and UK. That is just one example, but several such things. Also, the export promotion policies, how to increase exports from the MSME sector, micro, small, and medium enterprises, and what to do with the imports, to what kind of import policy should we have, and all those wide range of questions that surround the international trade area. And the second set of things that I do is international cooperation and strategic economic dialogue, which goes beyond trade. So it's about cooperation and collaboration between India and other countries which may involve sustainable development goals, SDGs, or it could be global health, it could be technology transfer, innovation, gender empowerment, like women empowerment, gender equity, labor and environmental standards. It could be a wide range of things where we have dialogue with other countries. So, if in India we have the Ministry of External Affairs, which actually does a lot of operational activity here. But Niti Aayog, being the think tank of the government, or the place where all the policies are being developed, here the extent of international cooperation is at the dialogue level, at the discussion, at deliberations, at cooperation, these kind of things, rather than actual running a mission and so on. So we have a lot of discussion with the missions, the foreign missions here, and also we from time to time go to other countries. So that is the second thing, long-term strategic economic dialogue, international cooperation. The third thing, which is something I started doing very recently, is to develop a vision for India. So, and this vision is more about not about next 2-3 years, but about next 25 years. Because in next 25 years, India is celebrating the 100th year of independence, 2047. So it's called Amritotsav in India. So, this is a program or project where we are looking at a wide range of targets that we should have by 2047. So that, for example, India should be a developed country. India should have, India should be number 2 or number 3 economy in the world. So those kind of things. So a lot of different targets we have for 2047. But we don't stop there. We also come up with roadmaps. How should we get there? Like today we are here. Tomorrow we want to be there. What is the path look like? How does the path look like? What did UK do? What did China do? What did other countries do? And what is unique for India? What are the unique challenges that we face? And how have we tried to tackle them in the past? And how much have how many of them have succeeded? How many of them have not succeeded? How many of them how many policies have been envisioned by a lot of people but not implemented, and why were they not implemented? All these kind of things which are not only intellectual but also operational. So it's not just about having a great vision that we should be this and that, but it's also about practical operational policy strategies as to how do we get there. So that is the third part of my job right now. So these are the 3 different things I've been working on. But there are also, in addition to these, I also look at specific states. It's kind of similar to what Mr. Anil was talking about now in the context of legislature. So we also have some regional responsibilities. So whatever I talked to you so far is about national level responsibilities, but we also have, I look after a couple of states, Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, Puducherry. So for these 2 states, I look after pretty much all the aspects that relate to the policies there, particularly in relation to the central government, the central state relations for these states. So these are some broad set of activities that I've been busy with. But in addition to these, or in kind of complementary to this, I also engage with the industry leaders, civil society, and also with the MSMEs, industry associations, academics, think tanks, global organizations, and so on and so forth. Because we cannot sit in New Delhi and make the policy for the whole country. We have to travel across the country and also listen to the voices everywhere. So this is all part of our work. Although I already told you the areas, but this is the kind of way in which we get things done. And also we want to strike the balance between operational relevance. Things have to be like very practically relevant, but at the same time they should be very deeply thought through. It should be intellectually honest and deep. So we also try to facilitate this combination, which is very difficult typically. Like intellectual stuff and practical stuff don't typically intersect, but we try to make that intersection possible by talking to people from both walks of life, and I myself come with a combinational experience where I have been in the university and also have been in consulting. So, so that's a broad profile I would like to share with you now. So, and I look forward to more discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that, that brings me to sort of the next question to you is that how do you then see us working with you? So as Leicester, I mean, of course, Anil is here, who will be more than happy to kind of take that forward as well, I think, for from the part of LEP. But also as university or as local community, because here, what we have seen from this morning, that lots of local initiatives happening. So like you were saying that we're trying to have a vision for India, is there any way that we can actually accommodate or we can actually transfer the expertise that we have here and work with people there, or how can that exchange be made possible, and also how you can work with LEP?
Absolutely, Dr. Indrani. In all the activities that I mentioned so far, academics play an important role because we have to think through all these things very carefully from a very unbiased view, because we want to have all the stakeholders involved, like industry, civil society, and so on. But typically, they all come with a particular bias or perspective, which is good. Actually, we want to have that. But we also, in addition, have to have a very unbiased, deep thought process. And that only comes from academics. So, and then of course, India has beautiful academic institutions. There are a lot of institutions in India, and they've been doing a great work, and we have been collaborating with them. And we also encourage them to interact and collaborate with the global institutions like yours. And that is where I think there can be a lot of collaborations, where perhaps your university can be in touch with us, and we can probably, if there is some work going on already on India or Indian economy, trade, or things like that, it will be great if you can, faculty members there can reach out to me and my colleagues, and we'll be happy to engage you with a conversation. We can listen to you, we can have seminars, workshops, and so on. And we can also have, that could be a great starting point, and later on we can have deeper collaborations where you can find some Indian partners to collaborate with, and the government can facilitate it. In partnership with the Indian partners, we can actually come up with policy strategies for the government. So because I in the past I've done a lot of this kind of international collaborations, and what I personally see in the merit I see in this is, you combine the global best practice with the local specificities, right? For example, you may have some global best-in-class methodologies or literature or kind of standards that you bring into the table, and our institutions will have a greater connect with the grassroots and what is happening here, ground realities here. And the combination of these two can be really amazing. It can lead to a huge, both academic output. You can get research publications, books, papers, and so on, conferences, and so on. But also, these can actually, translate into action. So I would like to make use of this forum to request all the academics here to please consider collaborating and contributing to the policies, policy strategies that we are aiming to bring up in the country, in India. And also, I mean, one practical low-hanging fruit or immediate collaboration could be on the India-UK Free Trade Agreement. So there's a lot of things involved there, and it is about both our countries. So it can be, there can be some academic, analysis and research done in this area. And I've been looking at a lot of them now, and probably I don't feel like it's sufficient. We need more and more analysis to be done there, and they have to be fed into the policy, the negotiations in real time, because these negotiations are happening now. This is a great opportunity for the academics to do something that can be directly relevant and they can be heard by the policymakers. So these are some pointers I can say, and of course we can take it forward if anybody is interested to these kind of collaborations.
And they can all join you on LinkedIn as well, isn't it? So if they want to be in touch with you, and if you've got anything to say, so definitely you can get in touch with Dr. Narayan there. But that can I bring Anil in this, just to kind of say what you've heard. What do you think is there for Leicester that you both can talk as well? And then I'll bring in Shirzad.
Yeah. Now, I think Dr. Badri made some fantastic points. There are lots of opportunities for us to actually collaborate around the economic prosperity in terms of businesses. More fundamentally, there are lots of opportunities for we have 3 wonderful universities in Leicestershire in terms of De Montfort University, Leicester University, and Loughborough University. And there are some wonderful organizations in India we can collaborate with to bring wonderful actual skills that we need for economic prosperity. So there are quite a few linkages in terms of the business, economic growth, skills development, and also for the future collaboration around whatever the strategy that India has for 25 years. There is a lot of people and skills in Leicester can contribute towards that as well.
Fantastic. That's wonderful. So now would you like to come in?
Yes. Can you hear me from here? Yeah.
You have to be speaking up.
That was very interesting. Thank you very much for joining us. And firstly, I'd just like to thank you for your continued support, because last year, before you were taking up this role with the Indian government, you were already supporting COS for more than a year. So we really appreciate your continued support. I was very interested to hear, well, first we'd like to say that COS has brought the 2 main organizations for Leicester Economic Partnership and the Indian government together. So I think we're very proud to be able to achieve that from a grassroots level. That's one. The second thing I'd like to just say is that I've just recently heard, because today's event is all about what COS' ambitions are, and one of the things I've mentioned a number of times, and I don't know if you were listening, one of our benchmark good practice example that we're using, I've just heard that there is some academic research work being done. It's called Unnati, and it's in Telangana. And perhaps, I'm just because of this conversation, I'm just saying this. Perhaps there is some element, because there's a professor in Telangana University who has been doing some work on this, and it's been developing quite widely. And now they're going to Harvard and the European intelligence units and various other places. So with the De Montfort Uni being the international hub for peace, I think it would be something worth exploring as a potential partnership working, in terms of what you were just saying, Dr. Badri, about how collaborations could be developed. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. This month we have started working with some the university there, university hospital actually, Nimhans, possibly you know about. So we are planning to sign a MOU with them to work with, and some people, a team from Nimhans came here as well, and they are based in Bangalore. So maybe Dr. Narayan, and you already know about that organization. So yeah, we have started, but yes, let's take that off screen, and we can have a word around how we can contribute. On that point, I'll bring in Bhavna as well, because she has been doing a lot. Can you? Oh,
she's been muted all the time.
Oh, the voice is not coming on. Okay, that's fine. So I think as we move towards the end of this session, one question that I would like to complete this session with is, what's your vision for the future? So go back to Anil first. Now, how do you visualize whatever you are doing? How do you visualize Leicestershire Rockland, say for example, in the next 5 years? So where do you want to take us as a city and county? Over to you, Anil. Can you hear us?
Hi, sorry. Can you repeat that question? I just got a bit distracted typing something in the chat.
Okay.
My apologies.
All right. Yes. Yeah. Well, that happens. Yes. So my question was that how do you visualize the future of Leicester, Leicestershire, and Rutland to what you're doing, and where do you see us in the next 5 years' time?
Yeah, I think my vision really is very simple. What I want is a healthy population in a prospering economy within Leicester, Leicestershire, well supported through the medical interventions around any NHS support they need. So, economic prosperity through LEP, healthy population through the mental, physical well-being activities and support that Canal and River Trust does. So it's all about prevention. And in the end, people do need treatment. And I'll do my best as a non-exec director within the hospital to see how best we support our local communities when they actually need the medical treatment. So it's a very simple straight line equation: prosper economically, make sure we have a healthy population with the right skills to deliver the economic prosperity, and at the same time making sure we're able to support our communities in whatever way we need to, when we need to.
Fantastic, thank you. And we, of course, we are running the program today, and I'm just kind of thinking, curious actually, that whoever is contributing in Leicester in some way, say that can be on a political level, on an economic level, social level, they can still get in touch with you to develop it further, take it further, because we have heard a lot today, and there's been actually a lot going on in Leicester. But sometimes they need a bit more support. And I think that because you're on LinkedIn as well, and I know many of the people here are on LinkedIn as well. So if you want to get connected, of course, and then if you give your time, they can work with you, and we can continue to develop that. So coming to you, Dr. Narayan, how? I think we can go to
Yeah. So while Dr. Narayan's sort of rebooting, I think, we'd be delighted to link up with anybody and discuss how we can collaborate to make things better. Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Badri is back.
No, fantastic. I think he's on the move. He's going to catch a flight, so I don't want to lose him at this point. So what's going to be, so my last question is really for you. So what's your vision for the future? Whether they be working with the India government or as a whole, because I know that you're very much interested in and do a lot of work around UN Sustainable Development Goals. Over to you.
So I think I couldn't hear very clearly because of the connection and also the noise here. But I think I broadly got your question. I think you are talking about the vision, like what is the ideal scenario we should see in India in the next few years, broadly. So I think at a very high level, our thought process, not only my personal thought process, but the whole leadership and the government here, and also the people of India, the thought process is to basically, definitely we have to grow a lot economically, and we have to have a sustained growth, and it has to be sustainable, and it also has to be inclusive. We cannot have a growth that is favoring just one section of the society or one section of the population. It has to be all inclusive, and also it has to be green. So we have to think about sustainable development models, wherein we do not have to sacrifice one for the other. So for example, traditionally we think that if you have to grow, we have to have some collateral damage, you have to have some parts of the society being affected, so that the pie grows, the economic pie grows, and then it can be distributed. And another thing is, like, in order to grow, you have to actually use a lot of polluting industries, and that has to cause some environmental damage. So these are all some traditional, conventional ways of growth. But we are going to break all that kind of thought process and break all the conventions, and we have to develop a new kind of development model in which we grow very rapidly. We are right now one of the fastest growing countries, maybe the largest country which is fastest growing right now, and we want to be that, but we don't want to leave anyone behind, and we also want to have the growth green, sustainable, and we also have to grow socially, not only economically, commercially, but also the societal norms also have to evolve. We have to have gender equity. We have to have children safety of children, child empowerment. It's not just women empowerment, but also children have to have their say. You cannot have abuse of children and so on. So we're looking at a very broad-based development, not just economic, but also a much more holistic kind of development is what we're looking at. And it's a challenging process. It's not easy, but we want to show the world that it is possible. That is the attempt we are taking in India. And thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And if anybody has got any questions, just open it to the floor.
Are they supposed to?
Let's
I genuinely
not get it.
Thank you, someone else. I think we should
All right.
speed up to the
Okay, so I think we have covered, and I'll let you go because you've got to catch a flight as well. And Anil, we'll keep in touch. I know that you have got a lot going on at the moment, but thank you very much, irrespective of that, for joining us today. Bhavna, thank you very much. We couldn't hear your voice, but looking forward to talking to you guys again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
Sarah?
Guys,
I
do you want
think,
to hear me
hi.
bang on about net zero? Or do you want
Hello.
No, seriously, I'm not going to talk while that's not in the room. I'll talk afterwards, yeah? Let's see.
So, are we doing Sarah's one? Huh?
I love the intention side as well.
I'm not planned till later, but I'm happy whenever suits you.
Yeah, no, 2:30 is fine.
All right. Okay.
So I jumped on early just so I could get involved.
I think we're going to take a lunch break now. Yeah.
So we're going to show the videos now.
The videos, yes. All right. I'll keep you with me in the backstage, yeah?
Yep, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Andrea.
where is peace? This is the pivotal question. Like water, peace is fundamental to human beings. Like food, like this breath, these are fundamental things nobody has to teach. This is our foundation. This is who we are. Our need from our heart every day, pushing us to find what peace is. The thirst for peace is within you, and the peace is within you. Discover it, explore it, feel it.
School, it's supposed to prepare you for life, but what kind?
Get a job, put your dreams on hold. I chose me. I'm alright. I didn't leave home.
I found a new home.
Come on in.
Joined a team.
Learn there's more than one way to see the world.
I found my people.
People who picked me up when I was down. Pushed me when I thought I couldn't go on. So we're just going to get this started straight away.
And help me achieve the things I never thought I could.
28, 29, 30 and you're done. Well done.
People showed me that what you learn in books is just the start.
People who opened doors for me.
And helped make the end of university a new beginning.
It's our goal to help every student reach their goal. Apply now and find out what you're made of. De Montfort University, Leicester.
I believe every person and community already has what they need to thrive. I'm here to connect the dots between communities and within people. I'm part of thriving communities to provide support, opportunities and purpose to all walks of life. Bringing communities together as one to tackle mental health and social isolation. Meet, share and connect, celebrate creativity. We're here to build bridges and seeding, together, caring for each other, striving, thriving communities. We are here.
Social prescribing, it's a non-medical approach to supporting an individual who's wanting to make some changes.
It's all about bringing communities together. It doesn't matter regardless of what background you're from. You're a human being, you've got emotions and feelings, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day, to make them feel better about themselves.
We look forward to being together, just for that one day.
It's that community, that connection, just giving me that reason to believe that I'm really contributing, I'm doing something. That's just wonderful.
Look back and I feel like I'm a different person now almost, and it really did help me in that certain time of my life.
My name is Dr. Natasha Katutamula. I am an academic in the management sciences. The British Science Festival looks at science in its broadest sense. My work typically may not find a platform in what someone thinks of as science, because I'm in human science. It's for everyone, not just people from a scientific background, but even people who are just curious about what we have to say.
Hey, business owner, look, please stop using bullet points in your presentations. Look, if you're a business owner, no doubt you probably sell a service. And look, the way we sell our services is through a presentation. But if your presentations look like this, then your audiences feel like this. And it's killing your sales because you're killing the audience with death by PowerPoint. So what should you be doing instead? And the answer is to build a presentation around what we call a solution framework. Now, remember Stephen Covey and his 7 habits of highly effective people? He has a recipe. He has a framework. Remember Abraham Maslow and his hierarchy of needs. It's all built around a particular structure. This is Kevin Wright. He's a property expert. And what he's done is he's taken out his knowledge and know-how out of his head. And rather than stick it into PowerPoint with loads of bullet points and literally kill people by boredom, he's put it into a solution framework that is visually attractive and draws people to it. Because what people are paying for in the end is they're paying him to help implement this into their property investment strategy to increase their funds. Does that make sense? But no matter what you sell, no matter what it is, remember, a service is invisible. You can't see it. But once you create it into a solution framework, you suddenly can. So how do you create yours? Well, I put together a PDF cheat sheet for you. If you come across here, you can see it. So there are 7 steps in this cheat sheet system. And if you follow these steps, you'll be able to put together a solution framework just like Kevin's, or one like Danny and Tamara here, the Bump, Birth and Baby Blueprint. They help couples have more natural birthing experience. So if you want something where it's all cleverly done, it will start with the same letter, you've got acronyms, alliterations, then go ahead right now and download this free PDF cheat sheet. Now, here is Dawn McGruer. And Dawn, you can see she's doing her presentation. Can you see any bullet points? None in sight. Keeping it engaging. It gives her freedom of expression as she talks about her digital marketing mandate. And again, you can see they all start with the same letter. Now, this stuff took me from wannabe to headline performer at some of the biggest arenas in the world, including the London O2 Arena, and also alongside other great luminaries such as Tony Robbins, Richard Branson, even a couple of presidents of the United States. So look, if you want to start selling more of your services, if you want to bring your presentations to life, please download this free PDF cheat sheet. You can see right below me, there is some kind of button you can press to download it. It is free and there are no strings attached. There is no upsell. Just go ahead right now, click it, download it, and begin the process. It won't even take very long to build your first solution framework either, and it'll make such a difference because now what you do becomes visible to the client and your presentations come to life. No charge. Do it now. I'm Andy Harrington. Thanks for listening. Tap that button right below and download this free PDF cheat sheet right now. Take care. Bye-bye.
We're working towards a future where science is more relevant, representative, and connected to society. Over the next 10 years, our work will focus around 3 key objectives, based on these ideas to improve science engagement for audiences underrepresented in and underserved by science. Breaking down barriers. We're working with business leaders, policymakers, scientists, community leaders, and teachers, amongst others, to say goodbye to the old stereotypes of who a scientist should be. With their help, we're bringing more voices into the conversation so people can see science as relevant to their lives. We're unlocking the UK's potential, designing and delivering programs that facilitate those who've typically been overlooked by science to confidently play their part and get involved. We're striving for a future where everyone is represented and has their voice heard on the issues that matter to them. So, science goes beyond being a lesson at school and becomes a way of thinking and making decisions about looking after our health, protecting the planet, and choosing and using new technology. In that future, everyone has the potential to contribute, whether it's through the ideas they engage with, the jobs they do, or the lifestyles they lead. In that future, scientists understand and include different perspectives, help more communities, and make even more breakthroughs. In that future, society shapes science. To find out more about our 10-year strategy and how you and your organization can get involved, visit our website.
This is the time to think about a new world. A world in which we care for each other. A world in which the heart means something. A world where we mean something. A world where kindness has a value. Not money, 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 but kindness has a value. Because if we are incapable of creating a world like that, most of us won't survive this. It's going to be required that there is kindness, that there is understanding amongst us for a world, for a better world, a brighter world, in which we all move together going forward. It's not too late, and such a world is possible. It's not a question of that's impractical. It's now an issue of if that doesn't happen, it's going to be a real problem. There's a lot of poor people. A lot of poor people. Countries like India, countries like Africa, in Africa, continent. So many countries. So many people. So many people. You, as a human being, part of it. You're a part of it. Your heart, your want, your fulfillment, your understanding. You're a part of it.
The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So goal 1, eliminate poverty. And goal 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the harder goal for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7. And how to achieve it is the question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption. So what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it.
To say we want world peace and justice for all may seem utopian, but it's actually a tangible goal if we stop to think what needs to change. Corruption, bribery, and tax fraud cost a great deal of money to developing nations. Promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, providing universal access to justice, as well as the creation of responsible and effective institutions, must be one of our priorities. We must also act in unity of purpose and undertake goals that prioritize both the people and the planet. How? By working towards aligned goals, coming together in strength and numbers, by bringing government, private sector, and civil society together. Only in this way can we look after everybody's interests. Let's join forces. We want to reduce all forms of violence and mortality rates in the world. We are especially committed to ending violence against children and reducing the corruption that, in certain cases, allows it. We want to promote peaceful and inclusive societies, universal access to justice, and the creation of responsible institutions. And most importantly, we want to improve international and regional cooperation in order to guarantee sustainable development, equitable multilateral trade, and a solid increase in macroeconomic stability. We, they, and you. Together we can achieve all this and so much more. Do you want to change the world?
So me, come on! What's your name? Let's get you a drink then.
Have you seen him over there?
Looks like she's not into it.
Do you want to go get him?
She's not interested, mate. It's not on, yeah? Come on.
When a mate crosses the line, get help from others and have the conversation.
Right now, the young people and families are living in fear.
The headlines have been horrendously bad in terms of the crime that's happening, not just in London, but all over the country. Certain sections of the youth of today seem to be completely and utterly kind of carefree about the types of violence that they're inflicting.
It's got something like 60 murders this year.
Children have been stabbed multiple times.
Take a look around at the world you see. Open up your eyes to reality.
Nowadays, all you see is stabbing, shooting.
It's difficult to keep the kids' minds at rest.
Something needs to change. We can't live like this.
Society has to come together and says, no, we're all going to partake in this. Whoever we are, whatever our beliefs are, whatever we think it is, we are all going to come together. And if this is the crime that we want to stop, we can stop it.
I was up to all sorts, you know what I mean? Anything from drugs, violence, weapons.
I was in a gang, committed a robbery.
I've got 74 previous convictions, you know what I mean? So that'll give you a clue.
It was survival, just trying to get by.
He said, Mom, the streets are so dangerous. I don't think I'm going to make my 21st birthday.
Because you got abused when you was a kid, or because you got battered, or because you got put in care, because this happened, that happened, and all the rest of it, that's kind of can have a dictating effect on your life unless you take responsibility to somehow change that.
It's that realization that makes you kind of, you know, have a eureka moment that, right, I need to change.
The ultimate battlefield, is it not right here?
It's all about you. If you want to change your life, you're the one that's going to have to do it.
There is power to change.
The world is full of problems, yet there is also a lot of joy. There may be a thick layer of gray cloud, but just above that cloud is a magnificent, clear blue sky, and the sun is shining. The question is, where do you want to be? It is your choice.
Don't forget about spelling and grammar mistakes. Just click on the highlighted areas and Grammarly's advanced spelling and grammar suggestions will fix those right up.
Looks good to me. Submit it.
By the way, you end up getting an A+.
We've been broken down to the lowest turn. Being on the bottom line sure ain't no fun. But if we should be evicted from home, we'll just move somewhere else, still carrying
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just had lunch. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And it sounds like I'm standing as a school teacher speaking to school pupils. But it's a bit more than that. It's about generating a camaraderie between us. Can I just say, it's interesting when you become the Lord Mayor, I guess, when it wasn't on the bucket list. You're asked if it, well, you're not actually asked, you actually get a phone call that says, George, you're going to be the next Lord Mayor. You can't say, is it a punishment? But then you think about it, and you realize what a real honor it is to represent your city as the first citizen. And in my case, being from the African heritage community, it is quite an honor to be asked to represent not just the African heritage community, but all communities that make up Leicester's wonderful city. And so I stand here feeling very, very proud of that opportunity. I'm also hoping that I will serve the role very well. Of course, only time will tell. It's also interesting, actually, because normally when I see Lord Mayor and these work with people, they usually have the elderly gentleman with the beard and the suit. And I thought, surely I don't have to go up again and go around in the suit. And I was very fortunate when I explained to the civic attendant that the beard and suit is not quite me. And they said, well, you can't afford to buy you an official beard. So you have to dress the best you can for the occasion. So, as you see me, is how I am. And I hope by being who I am and bringing something slightly different and interesting to the role. Now, I have written a speech, and I will go through the speech. And when I was thinking about the speech, I had to think very hard, because the suggestion that it's about peace is sometimes a very difficult concept to grasp, especially in a world such as this. And with some effort, I've put down some ideas, and I hope when I share the ideas, you'll appreciate the difficulty I had trying to grasp the idea of peace. But at the same time, I also hope I've shared something which is also self-related. So, as usual, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to this intriguing and very important event. It is indeed a privilege and an honor for me to be here and be the first Black Lord Mayor of African Heritage for 771 years. That's how long I've been. And you might be wondering, if I waited 771 years, how do I manage to live this way? I can only share with you that in my community, we eat a lot of yam, green bananas, boiled, dumpling, cashew, and so on. So that has contributed. And if you don't believe me, ask the Jamaican after, because they eat the same stuff. And that does help them to shift very fast. So it has taken them 771 years for there to be the first African heritage Lord Mayor in the city. And for me, it's very special and significant, as I've shared with you before. You will not know you would not have known if when you send the invitation to the civic office initially that we would lose the Queen and the massive asset she represented the United Kingdom and many around the world. Nor had you any inclination that the country would gain a new king, King Charles III. You would not have been aware of the significant impact the previous two King Charles had on the lives of Black people of African heritage. And it's important that we understand that, because of course we will be aware that there are many in my community who doesn't feel like others might about the loss and the new situation. So understanding the significance of the two King Charles, is important to explain that reaction. That said, there are many in our community who, and I got in the African Heritage community, who do feel that loss and that sense of that head of state that is being so determined in so many aspects of our lives are suddenly dissipated. And of course, becoming the Lord, I hadn't anticipated that would happen, and therefore the involvement that I've had. Several centuries on, we're looking to peace and reconciliation to start to heal the wounds. In my mind, every day should be an international day of peace. Never would you have known how deeply I treasure the idea of world peace and how it could save our world from the devastation of the climate change which is threatening mankind and everything that exists that has a life form on this planet. When I heard the word peace, I cannot but think of wars and conflict in a way that those two are connected, because in my mind at least, by being in opposition to each other, their meaning is so much more easily to understand. And men would argue that to have peace, you must prepare for. And that way of thinking has served Europe and many other parts of the world extremely well since the end of the Second World War. The idea of International Day of Peace is such a wonderful concept, a truly wonderful concept. The notion that all around the world, human beings, no matter their race, gender, religion, ability or disability, or sexuality, are reaching out to each other in friendship and support, with a view to help make each other's life experience that much better. Such an idea is something we normally read about in fairy tales. Thinking about it today, in today's world, make it all sound and feel like something we aspire to achieve, which will never be obtained. Especially when we think of Ukraine, the Middle East, parts of Africa, and the perceived desires of dictators that rule countries around the world. Often when we hear of conflicts around the world, more times than not, it has something to do with race, religion, political differences, material gains, and so on. None of which are fundamental for human existence. They are, in my opinion, concepts created by man and human beings to divide us and separate us from our common humanity. Leicester is, for me, a great place. Not because it is the richest city in the world, or the country for that matter, which it's not. Not because we have the greatest military might at our disposal, no, but because we have created something extremely special, so special that many cities in the United Kingdom and countries around the world come here to hear how we here in Leicester have managed to do and achieve what we've achieved. They want our secret. I have lived in Leicester for more than 50 years. And the transformation that I've seen in Leicester society is nothing short of amazing. When I first came here, life was very different for minorities. Many would argue it was largely due to ignorance and fear on the part of the host community. But over the decades, Leicester's minority community have grown. And allied to that growth is the increase in diversity of race, religion, and so much more. And with that came an explosion of cultural enrichment, which has spread its benefits across the city. In the minds of many, Leicester should be at war with itself, but instead we have a deep sense of harmony right across our racial, religious, and cultural diversity, which is the envy of many towns and cities around the country and further afield. Peace and well-being, as I see it, is a state of mind that allows individuals to be the best they can without hindrance imposed by religion, politics, wealth, social and racial structures. And that is what makes Leicester great and such a special city. It presents none of those structures inwards, but leave individuals to be who they say they are as human beings and as community, while at the same time allowing them to make the most of the opportunities that life in Leicester placed before them. It is therefore clear that having an organization such as yours, promoting peace and well-being and celebrating our similarities, will serve to ensure that successions of generations will continue to make sure that Leicester leads the way in racial harmony, well-being, and peace across our diversity for generations to come. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for listening. Peace. case you wanted to ask him a question. But if there are no questions, I've
got a question. Have you signed the Brussels Peace Pledge for the city?
I actually don't know that.
No, we've been trying to get in touch with the city council. We'll come back to you on that one. We are very keen. So this morning we were just talking about launching a Leicester Charter, and part of that is signing the pledge to peace by institutions, organisations, businesses, entities, and to sign the sustainability pledge.
Okay.
And we postponed it today because of the loss of our Queen. We don't think it's appropriate, but we are going to. And actually, we're going to use that opportunity now that we've connected with so many leaders in Leicester, that when we do launch it, we will be inviting a wider range of people. And we hope that the City Council will support us in that.
Certainly, if someone writes to me,
I will.
I'll be quite keen to.
In fact, I'll start now.
Well,
see what I can do to help.
Yeah, I mean, a good reference point would be just to Google Coventry, City of Peace.
Yeah.
The same way that Leicester leads the way, they do. And when we start joining the dots, that's what this is all about, really, is about us joining the dots. But thank you very much. It was an incredible speech. Very well. Very well.
And I've recorded that. Right, so before we go on to the next item, which would be sickle anemia, which has already been covered, by the way. Also, I'd just like to thank the Lord Mayor, who's actually sponsors the charity Sickle Cell Anemia. We had a lovely conversation this morning with Susan O'Hara, who you're probably aware of. So she was going to speak after you, but she had to go, so we covered that. So we're going to catch up on those that we've had to adjust for, and I apologize sincerely to both Banu and
no apologies to me, no, I was happy to swim instead.
So before we move on, either of you can go. I know you've decided between you.
Yeah, do you want me to go?
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Okay, I'll go.
No, go for it. Nash said food. Earlier she was eating, she went, you go. Nash she was like, yeah, I can see that.
Before Banu starts, she's the person that has the experience of an ethnic minority woman in the police force during the 70s.
I thought, well, the first Lord Mayor has come on, why should not the policewoman come on? Girl power. Right, I'm Banu Chideja Mahal. I'm the first non-European female or male colored person to have worked continuously 47 years in the police force, UK police force. I'm humbled to be invited today to do the presentation and inspire young girls out there. If I can do it, you can do it, you know. It was difficult. It's not been an easy ride. Being an Asian woman, 20 plus, single mother with a baby, 3-month-old baby, entering the police force. When they found out, gosh, we've got this girl who's going to be on the street, but we did not notice she's got a baby. So they called me back and we discussed the situation. And I was offered prison officer's job because that's flexi hours. So I thought, well, I'll go and see the prison, what it is like first. And when I went up there, and I thought, oh my God, I've not committed any crimes. Why should I be watching the sky and the walls? No, I don't want it. So I went back in the police force and I said, look, I've got the responsibility of a child. Can I have even a cleaner's job in the police force? Now, them were the days in 70s when we had 3 days a week. Very hardship, no jobs to go to, and I thought, I've got a daughter's responsibility. My other half is studying in the university. So lucky enough, I got offered a job as a traffic warden. I thought, never mind, I am going to go around. Not many people will love me. You know what? I used my PL charm. That was the only thing I could think of. And having born and bred in Mombasa, the country that produces, when you go to Kenya, you come back as a queen. The princess goes to Kenya, comes back as a queen. One who comes from Kenya becomes the first woman to join the police force. I thought, right, I'm going to take it off. That way of being brought up in a diverse city, and where we call it a peaceful city, Mombasa. I have to apply peace here because there's all different people here, and I come from a multiracial community, so I am going to act as a peaceful person. If somebody said something on the street to me, nasty, I'd look up and I say, how can you do that to a pretty girl like me? What? A pretty girl like me? Excuse me. And you know what? People are thinking, yeah, we don't want to do anything back to her. And amazingly, we were not equipped with radios, nothing. We was on the street with a book of tickets and do the job. And my best beat was Demont University. The students are in, we are out there sticking tickets. Little did I know I would come to give a speech today. I hope nobody is here. That was the sort of work we did take a pride, acted peacefully and humbly. Being from Indian community, I had lots of things to stand up to. I stood up against domestic violence, single mother, no one in this country, from my own family, they disowned me because after few ups and downs with my other half, I said, no, you can stay wherever you want. I've got a good job, I'll do for daughter. And I worked very, very hard. Do you know what made me survive? Is the languages. I speak 9 languages, read and write 6. And that was my survival kit. And I bless my mom to let us out and about in a multiracial community be friends. Do you know, I feel sorry for our kids. They are not safe. We could go in anyone's house. We did not think they were Muslims, Hindus, Christians, Chinese. No. And we were safe. Today, when working in the police, watching people's life being ruined, children, we've got the safeguarding, we've got domestic violence, we had that there, but raping, all this we did not see that until I joined the police force. Do you know, I kept my heart where it belongs. I put my arm out there. Anybody in trouble, come over. I'll help you. And I comforted so many broken homes, battered women, abused girls. We did not have refuge in Leicester. We made it happen. Nobody listened. The culture thing. I was asked, is this right? I said, yes, it is right. How do we tackle? Let's do it this way. A 14-year-old girl been thrown out, being abused by the father. 14-year-old girl. I put my arm out, but with the police permission. Yes, I can keep her. I have a daughter. This girl is safe with me. I don't want no money. I don't want nothing. I look after the child as my own daughter. And I thought to myself, no, I can't live. Every time I think to myself, oh, forget it. I don't want to do this job. I might as well go somewhere else and do something else. There comes another case. A little child, young boy. No, Banu, you can't leave this job. And you know the passion, the joy I have in my life is help the ones need help. I got married. I have broken all the Indian rules. As a single mother, I brought my daughter up. Master's degree she did in this university. And I thought to myself, yes, my daughter keeps saying, Mom, I won't get married because if I get married, you'll look after you. I said, don't worry about me. There is a way. And when we went on a holiday to America, I thought, this is a nice country. We can go and come back here on our professions. There comes the ticket to Hollywood. Here comes my sweetheart, who we loved when we were teenagers. I met him after 36 years, and he's from America. I thought, oh God, this is the ticket to Hollywood. Come on, darling. I love you and I love your country. And that's how I got married at the age of 50 plus. Plenty time. One bus missed, the other one is there. Wow. That's how I think. Unfortunately, when I married a man to give my daughter away. We had a wonderful time. 17 years after marriage, I lost it this year. But life has to go on. And I think to myself, no, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to go for further ventures. So I help 7 organizations to look after the Leicester City. I work with Warning Zone. I work with Youth Offending Team. I work with Peace Program. I've been with Kamla for 6 years now. And that keeps my life going. I'm not going to give up. I'll come off this situation. I'm sorry I'm getting a tearful, but this is life. There's plenty of people out there who need help, and I'll be there for them. It's wonderful talking here today, and thank you very much for letting me talk. Thank you.
What have you done? Oh, no. No, I'm going to talk about net zero. That calls me already as well.
But I think your task is to show that net zero is equally as intense.
Well, no, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you follow that. I mean, you don't follow that. But shows how easy our generation have had it. Bloody hell, I'm second generation. I don't know why parents gone through. That's actually where we started on our net zero journey, is with the quality of information and messaging. Because I'm a great believer in everybody deserves to have equal information. And that's what's lacking us. I mean, we've heard it a few times today, but let's read multicultural, 55%. We should be doing a lot more for our communities, and not just communities that don't speak the language. People who have all sorts of barriers towards accessing information. People are blind, you can name them, can't you? We've gone through them all today. But we all get our information from the internet. And that's where it all comes from these days. You've got to be on the internet, right? Unfortunately, net zero at the moment does not include the internet. And this is what I'm here to talk about. It includes carbon from cars, from all sorts of electricity. So when we look at the carbon footprint of the internet, what are we doing about it? So every time you surf on a website, the blue bar goes across, it's the equivalent of boiling a kettle of water worth of electricity. And so idly sitting there just looking at pages about saving trees doesn't make any sense, because you literally destroyed it there. We live in such a weird sort of world whereby I've spoken to very official people, and I swear to you, and they didn't think the internet ran off electricity. I thought, well, why did you think it ran off? I mean, just because your phone doesn't have a little pipe at the end of it with smoke coming out of it, because if it did, it'd be different. And this is the problem. We have a thing called cloud, which is far from being a cloud. It is a data center which has all of your pictures. You know those pictures you save on storage, things like that? They're just sat somewhere being cooled down by AC. And the AC is the problem, because that, unfortunately, runs on fossil fuels. And fossil fuels then become CO2, CO4, so methane and carbon dioxide. Our mission as a company is, like I say, is equality of messaging. So if we say do whatever we're doing here, the messages that we've got here, and I need to do them in 55 languages, well, I'm increasing the carbon footprint by 55. So we have to do it in a very sustainable way. We work with the police on hate crime. Very proud of that. We work with the NHS on all sorts of things on social media and getting out to people. But whenever we talk to them about doing it in multiple languages, they don't do it. And one of the reasons they don't do it is because it's a fact for them. Okay. But in actual fact, to translate anything is about £35. And as I've said to them, you only have to do it once. It's digital, you idiot. You're not printing a million liters. Oh, you're only doing it the one. But maybe I should call people idiots. So but I don't get it. I'll be totally honest with you. I was going to talk to you about net zero, but basically my whole thing in one nutshell is the internet, use electricity, use less of it. The main thing we should talk about is how all the good work you guys are doing is it getting through to the right people. And remember, it affects every community what you do. So you've got to be there for every community. But why is that down to you? Why is that not down to our officials? Leicester got treated as COVID idiots, they called us, right? But where was the education for the Asians? Where was the education for the Somalis? Where was the education for anybody? It wasn't there. And I don't know who let us take that blame, but I'm not a COVID idiot. My mum's not a COVID idiot. She just happens to watch Star TV, and you didn't have your ad on Star TV. When did you have it? I don't know what you had it. And Boris Johnson, she was also on TV. She said, "What's that bloke on about?" Okay, I don't know about something about taking a bog or something. But this is the point. They didn't have sign language on there. They didn't do stuff in multiple languages, and they pinned the blame on the minorities as usual. I mean, never mind if you're deaf or blind in this country or wheelchair access. I mean, you've got it hard, right? So what we try and do as a company, to our detriment as well, which it has been, because my brother makes TV adverts, and really good TV adverts, and I could have gone making any sort of advert, as Canada knows. But no, instead I chose to basically take it down the path of taking what's there for the mainstream, copying it and making it available to everybody. But then you've got to get it to everybody. So we do a lot of work around hate crime, like I was saying, and the LGBT centres especially, because of hate crime against Facebook correct. Now, if you've got a drug problem or if you're getting beat for anything, the police expect you to go to their website and access their information. I don't know anyone in this room who's going to go to the police's website about anything, especially if you take drugs with them. Who's going to do that? Wouldn't it make more sense for the police to take their budget of marketing, create the content, and then go and give it to the mosques, give it to the LGBT centres? But no, it's down to them to create their own content. So I have to come along and just copy the content and give it to them. So it's not a charity thing. I'm going to obviously make lots of money doing what I'm doing. Obviously, I will do when this becomes hot. But I just want you to consider that you do need to get your information out to people. Of course you do. And make it inclusive, but do it in a digitally sustainable way. So I'll give you some facts because I know you want me to give some facts out to people. But the internet, if it was a country, it would be the 6th largest polluter on the planet. The internet has a larger carbon footprint than aviation. Yes. So imagine that there was a thing recently, wasn't there, about Drake taking a flight from there to there, and people that. But I would say that if you take all the data of this social media and the millions of people who are sharing it, well, actually by miles. And this is what people don't realise is that deleting is the way. And in organisations, by the way, so we have our wonderful organisations who tell you that you can't delete an email, you've got to keep it for prosperity and records. Well, that's sat in a server somewhere being cooled down. I spoke to someone of the East Midlands Chamber recently, he had 45,000 emails in his delete file. Now, 4 grams per email is 45,000 of them. There's a one-man destroying army of forests and things. So, like I say, there has to be a massive shift in change of policy. The government don't actually recognise digital as being a polluter at the moment. It's not part of anyone's strategy, it's certainly not part of the Leicester City Council strategy. I know that we were looking up to have Adam Clark here earlier, but the question should have been asked on this is that basically if net zero means reporting all emissions, why are you not reporting any digital emissions? I mean, for me, it's a scandal. It just is. And the moment that happens is the moment we will start making money. I understand that. And it is about, business is about making money. Okay. But I'm going to get a little violin out. We're up for Digital Business of the Year, Innovation Business of the Year, and it's being recognised. But what I meant was is that there's 2 things you guys can do. I've been touched by a lot of what's happened here today. And I will help anybody do anything with campaigns and things to get themselves going up. Yeah. We'll work together to basically make sure that no one's left out. So we're doing multiple languages. Yeah. Let's make Leicester the beacon that everyone keeps on going, oh, it could be. It should be the digital world, and definitely the equality of so I didn't have 10 minutes going out. Yeah, I was going to say a lot of other different stuff, but honestly, but a lot of what you said, I thought I should talk more about society and culture. You know? Is it okay? Right? Is there any questions about anything about digital?
I was interested when the first guy spoke, the deputy mayor.
Yes.
About how he recognised that in relationship to peace.
Yes.
That global warming was a key contributor. What did you call it? Multiple.
Yes, threat.
Friends.
Yeah.
So I would have thought actually with what you've got to offer, you look at Leicester.
Yes.
And Leicester signs the Brussels Peace Pledge, and you start joining those dots together.
Yes.
Then Leicester can lead the way in doing everything in Leicester.
Yeah.
And we can join the dots by pushing that out to, for instance,
Yes.
Basel. And we should just have a plan for it.
Yes.
Not walk out the door, you know.
It's really hard to get around these tables, by the way. You would think that basically that, you know, you can get around the table. I mean, they've got loads, they've got the civic, they've got this, they've got that, they've got climate emergency, they're talking about everything. But like I said, during COVID, we had to put out our own COVID multi-language videos. We did 55,000 Punjabi people saw our COVID advice. There's only 550,000 in the country. So that's pretty good going, 75,000 Punjabi people.
But we've got the mayor of Leicester here today.
Well, no, I mean, he's obviously a beacon, but I mean, obviously, he's just come into office as well. It's not his decisions. He's not the man making those decisions. And he can obviously say to myself, give our opinions, but it's not down to us at the end of the day. And it's not down to our elected officials as well. Like we spoke outside, you were saying, because people don't know. So it's my job to educate. Some people don't know that job. What I'm saying is that if we are in a climate emergency and we're supposed to do everything, and you've not considered digital, then really, who's putting these plans together? And I think,
have you got a plan for it?
Yes, 100% we've got a plan.
So actually, you can give a blueprint for a plan that people like you can then go out and do it in their area.
We took 28 companies in Leicester recently, including the Space Centre and a few others, just to do a demonstration. Between them, there was 70 tons of CO2 that they were emitting in a year. Through our process, we were able to take a third off and make it down to 50 tons of CO2. That is quite a significant saving. when you think about it. There's 4,000 businesses that are, well, basically Leicester, 42,000 businesses in Leicester, 428,000 businesses in the East Midlands, 5.7 million in the UK. So if we can start to take these numbers off, it will mean our electricity consumption goes down. And that's what people are worried about these days. You know, you and I are outside and there's a vending machine, isn't there? And the vending machine has got a digital thing with this peanut guy looking like me, which I'm doing for copyright, by the way. Here's this potato head, I'm doing both for copyright, right? And he's doing this thing, you think, well, what's the point of that? It's just about electricity. And the reason is because it's just a sticker. I was at a book club recently, and the lady asked me, basically, because we just done this shoot part carbon thing, a book, it's 3 grams of CO2 is what a book is. That lasts 1 million years. And email is 4 grams. And we send 6.5 billion of them a day. I mean, who's monitoring this stuff? Who's telling you? I mean, anyone telling you print is bad. It's no worse than digital. Digital is really, really bad. But like I say, there's so much good stuff that happens from digital. We're able to, you know, if we have an argument, we can settle it in moments, can't we, with Google? Put on Google. We know that, didn't we, Debbie, the other day? It was like, that's Google. So, but no, like I say, there's so many benefits. I don't want people to stop using it. Our company, what we do, we call it Trinket Digital, but our main niche is that we're able to give you the same thing. It looks the same. So if it was toothpaste, ours has got less calories in it, but we do it lossless. Everything we do is lossless. We've got training programs available for businesses about email webinars, and we've got a sustainability plan around digital. But like I said, the government doesn't have at the moment. But we're constrained because we're a small Asian business in Leicester. We don't have the network, don't have the connections. I play golf most of the time, so you can enjoy my life. But I do hope that basically that if I can help individual organisations, you know, start from the bottom up. But if there is somebody that's saying, I know, you know, I mean, I know that. I know I'm talking out to certain people, but yeah, I mean, we just want to get around the table with people, that's all. It was fascinating what you guys were saying earlier about prison service and all that kind of stuff. Actually, we're the least carbon place in the world. I mean, there's an internet there. Sorry, do you want to say? Sorry.
Despite the big highlight the top 26, are you still saying that they didn't include the digital?
Well, funny enough, COP26, they had a website. This website was, the homepage of the website was 4.8 megabytes. So what that means is when you type into Google and the page loads up, you transferred 4.8 megabytes of data to you. Now, considering that that was going out to the whole planet, so it could be 5.7 billion people or whatever, at 4.8 megabytes times it. We wrote them to say you have one image on your main screen of the Earth. You've got, and that is 3 megabytes in itself. We can compress that image down to 1 megabyte, give you this, therefore your savings will be this. Never heard of that. May as well have just been whatever. We've written to Kensington Palace, the Environment Minister. I don't think these people exist. I think they just, I don't know where they are. I don't know how to get hold of anyone.
Do you think that they've got vested interest in not listening to you?
I think most people investors not listen to me. That is it. Anyone's interest. No, what it is, it's not part of the policy, it's not part of the plan. Yeah. They've not monetized it yet. Big companies want to get involved first. Basically, big companies, the way they work is they look at a pool of water and they go, look, it's cold or not. I should that little guy in. Yeah, it's all right, it's there, then they'll go in. So what happens is we are the fall guy, we're the ones doing all the work, all the groundbreaking. Well, we will never be recognised for this, I realise that. But like I say, my passion's not that. I'm very lucky to be where I am, you know what I mean? As Banu said, you know what I mean? So I've gone well over time. I mean, if you find this interesting, I'll carry it on. But
We can bring it back.
But I've noticed a few things on your literature, or especially on your one. If you want to be sustainable recycle, stick a QR code on it purely because then I can take it on my phone and share it with other people, you see.
Yeah.
That is one benefit of digital, the fact that we can share stuff.
Yeah.
But if, like I say, check out our website, trinketdigital.com. Plenty of stuff on there. But contact me as well personally. If there's anything I can do to help anyone in this room, anyone who's got an effort to go and talk about things, I'd like to help them. Especially around the prison service, because I used to work next to offenders. And I know how difficult it is getting back into work. No, we should do. And like I said, so anything, any questions like that, go through Cam, go through myself.
Definitely. And we also want to thank you, Trinket Digital, you particularly. Because you created our marketing video, which you
Yes, we did.
You can see it on our YouTube channel, and it's really spot on.
And we will help anybody with that. Give us pictures, videos, and some writing, and we'll make sure that you get out there in a sustainable way. Obviously, for me, I'm giving you a marketing pitch there because it's going to have my badge on it.
Yeah.
So why would I pay for marketing when I can give you the content? You understand? You understand how it works? So I'm not all nice. There's the plan behind it. But anyway, if anyone wants to know more about this, I mean, exactly. And if you think we should do more of these talks where it is just about what we're on about here, and because you want to be more sustainable.
Well, the thing is, part of the platform, we went digital because we didn't want to print stuff off because we wanted to promote sustainability. So this is so useful because if we didn't know this, we would. If somebody brought that up to us, we wouldn't have been accountable for what
Well,
we
if
were
you
doing.
take anything away from this, what it is that they can live in harmony by the things you
Yeah.
see. You can print out something and it's be digital at the same time. The Leicester City Council, when COVID hit, they sent out letters to all the houses that were Asian houses. So they spent £68,000. By the time the letter arrived, 2 days later, the law had changed. And I thought, why did they just put a QR code and go for the latest information? Go on to here. It's because our communications teams are from a long, long time ago. You can't blame them. It's like, we're a slightly newer generation, I mentioned that, but we are a newer generation with new thinking, but we never get access to the public. So I can go to any business I want and I can sell this to them, but the places I really want to get into are our official places, our hospitals. All information should be available to everyone. It's a basically well, it is.
Where I agree.
It's an
In schools, the children,
Exactly.
they start from there,
Yes.
educating them, and even if they're learning to declutter and delete stuff. And
Delete is the word. You know exactly. Well, you wouldn't keep mail like letters in your house piling up, would you? Why do you keep emails when you think piling up? It's simple little things. I mean, obviously there's no money in telling people to delete stuff, and it's not always about the money. I do want to say one thing though, domestic abuse, basically 80% of the women who are domestically abused are actually from ethnic backgrounds, and the abusers themselves are from a foreign country. In this country, we have a real problem that we only learn the law through watching TV programs like Columbo, all that kind of stuff, right? So the perpetrator sat there, and I personally think it's the police's responsibility to say, in this country, hitting someone is illegal. If it happens, you get that, and it will stop half of it. But when I approach them with it, they say that's not their job. Their job is not to tell someone the law. And you go, and then,
Why doesn't someone take responsibility for it?
thank you.
I was watching
Yes.
a clip. This Bengali student has come to England in Birmingham to educate himself in a university. He's not been here 3 months and he's already sending messages to the young girl.
Yeah.
And luckily, they've caught him.
Yes.
And they videoed him. It's on YouTube. And the first time I've ever heard is, do you know what you've done? He says, I'm very sorry. He says, no, don't say sorry. I said, do you know what you've done? He said, I'm sorry, but that doesn't go in this country. Now you've come for a student, you're going back to Bengal because we don't want people like you, which is the first time I've seen this video.
Yeah, it's very, because that's the thing with social media stuff, isn't it? They're out trolling, hate crime, all that kind of stuff, and going on that kind of stuff. But I'm so grateful of the generation we grew up in, I really am. But the one thing I do know is that
We are actually overdue on some of
oh, I don't really. I'm going to get off here. I know that.
The only reason why I'm not pushing is because John is not here and she's the one that can do it.
Well,
But I'm going to try.
Yeah, no, go
You
for
need
it.
to
Camilla, go for it. But it is important that I think tank like this group here, everyone we've got the ability to do what you do. Well, I've got the ability to create outlets and get it out there. We've got multiple languages. You don't really need the authority. Anyway, right, let's get to that. I'm joking.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, is it a break at the minute, Pamela?
So, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you quite faintly.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll let you run the session now. And we'll hand you over. You're on the big screen anyway, so we can see you. Yeah?
If I could see the audience, that would be fantastic.
So if you want your, I think you should be able to see the audience.
So the camera that I can see you, if that moved towards...
Sorry, I thought.
Okay.
We are getting our timetable sorted, you know, so because next week, Monday, is a bank holiday.
Yes.
Is that better? Yeah. Is it better?
It's better, maybe a little bit. That's getting there. Are people going for a break, or are people staying for this session? Some people going for another session.
I've reached this house. Can you see that? So.
Oh, yeah. I think the majority are to the right. Yeah, I think that's probably.
Is that right?
That should be fine.
There you go, Cyril.
Fantastic, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. And just to check in about time, Camilla, what are we okay for half an hour, or would you like me to reduce?
So you've got 20 minutes.
Okay. So welcome all. I can imagine, I was hoping to catch the person who was just speaking. I didn't catch his name, unfortunately. I think was he in the audience? But yeah, I feel bad not being able to make it at the event in person, and now I feel extra bad that I've got a different kind of carbon footprint, which is being online rather than the petrol coming down. So I'm not sure which one's worse, but maybe I can educate myself and find out. But very, very interesting talk so far. So thank you so much, Camilla from COS, for putting this on. It's been a privilege to be able to join with some of the talks earlier this afternoon, and be able to be here to share with you a little bit about social prescribing, which has been mentioned in some previous contexts or presentations, or however you'd like to name them. But I just wanted, before really getting started, and I can only see those people sort of top right in the audience. So if you did want to move so I could see you, you're welcome to. But don't feel the pressure if you feel settled where you are. But I wanted to kind of pose a question before getting started, really, about how do you think social prescribing can help your inner peace and well-being? So let's just hold that thought for a minute. How do you think social prescribing can help your inner peace and well-being? Now, for some of you, the question might come up, well, I don't feel I know what you mean by social prescribing. And actually, inner peace could mean a lot of things to a lot of people as well. So I want you to perhaps with the person nearest you, and that might, again, involve moving. Getting you move around the room, I think, is useful anyway if you're not next to someone close. But if you could talk to the person next to you and perhaps share what you think the current barriers are to your inner peace and staying well. So I'll give you just a minute because we are very tight on time today. But if you just have a minute to discuss, what do you think are the current barriers to your inner peace and staying well?
So-called distraction. The other day, it's about doctors recommending social things rather than necessarily drugs, medication.
And if you haven't heard from the other person's view, this would be a good time to hear from the other person. I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Yeah, and also the difference Okay, do you want to take it?
Yes, so I'm going to bring, don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on time. Thank you for engaging with that conversation. Unfortunately, there isn't time to feed back. Hopefully it's been useful to engage your thoughts around this area though. And I wondered whether any of you did touch on the NHS or the health crisis that we're currently struggling with, and whether on a real practical level, some of us could relate to the experience of struggling to get a GP appointment. I think we can all sort of, to some level, relate to these issues. And perhaps you may have even thought about challenges in accessing health and wellbeing activities, maybe in your community. So if you wouldn't mind, could you raise your hand if you have attended a community event or an activity for your health and well-being? So I imagine, and I'm not surprised to see the majority, if not everyone's hands raised there, relating to attending some sort of community event and activities that perhaps help with our health and well-being. And how many of you also work and run your own community event or activities? So perhaps a community provider, voluntary sector. Okay, so there's a good few number of you in the room there. Fantastic. That's really good to see that. So thank you for engaging. So whether you do deliver or whether you do connect in with community activities that are valuable for your perhaps inner peace and your well-being, I think we can all perhaps agree that it's valuable opportunities to keep active or stay connected to nature, or be in touch with our creative selves, our heritage, and all these things could contribute to our inner peace and well-being. So today's presentation, or sharing, and I do sort of default to a presentation, but I wish I was there in person and talk at the front there, is to sort of share a little bit about my role, social prescribing, and hopefully we can kind of think back to that question about how do you think social prescribe can help your inner peace and well-being. So my name's Sarah. I am the Midlands Regional Lead. What that means is I advocate for and support those organisations based in the community who offer those health and wellbeing activities, and that perhaps want to be connected to the NHS formalisation of social prescribing. So that means the workforce of social prescribing link workers that I've recently, over the past, since about 2017, have been growing in numbers. I'll share a little bit more about that in a minute. So my work is very much in order to support the third sector, and that it's an easier term for me to use, so I hope you don't mind. To support the third sector and social prescribing, I offer a free Learn Together programme as part of the Thriving Communities work with my organisation, National Academy for Social Prescribing. So I will, in 20 minutes, try as best as I can, cover a little bit about what social prescribing is and try and connect that to inner peace and well-being. And what is the Learn Together programme? And it kind of about helping those helpers and what possible next steps you might take going forward from today. So there is a video, and I believe it's already been downloaded. So if Andrina, I'm stumbling on my words now. Andrina, and no, I can't get your name. I'm tongue-tied now. Indrina.
You'll get there.
It's my dyslexia playing out, I think, on that one.
We are playing the music, yeah?
Yes, so the video before, yeah, oh, sorry. Then I sent a link in it, I think.
I think there is a link on that. If you put the... Oh, there isn't.
If it isn't and you want me to move on, that's absolutely fine. I can.
Have you got the video there? Can you play that on your screen?
I can. I'll have some adverts quickly, but I'll just.
Yeah, that's fine.
By the time I
Having these tools really helps me save time and work more efficiently when I am multitasking, specifically when I'm switching between writing brand emails and script writing. Grammarly is a digital writing assistant that provides comprehensive suggestions to help you improve.
So what you have to do is you.
I'm just uploading it. It's in there now.
Yeah. There we are.
Thank you.
Look, we all want to be healthy and happy. That's not an impossible idea, a lie, or a dream. And it may seem like quite an obvious thing to say, whilst we sit wondering whether society would allow us to say we were any other way. You know, that pressure of appearance. Are we allowed to say when we're not okay? Because all too often, physical or mental health difficulties get in the way. Whether it's events beyond our control, personal circumstances, or genetics at play. Because if 1 in 5 GP appointments are for non-medical problems, then this could be a time to explore other possibilities and options. Like social prescription, a system that takes a different approach, where they won't just deal with the symptom but sit with you to trace it, understand the cause, and then create a plan to replace it. Talking about your health, finances, housing, or stress, before linking you to activities that empower and suit you best. What if you were prescribed a social engagement, a social arrangement, to get a pep in your step and your feet on the pavement, a brush in your hand, a tune from your lungs, a talk and support to help you manage your funds? I'm talking about a place to feel connected with the community you've selected, making your activities more effective, experiencing as a collective so you are positively affected whilst feeling safe and protected. Surrounded by new people, allowing you to feel part of something bigger than you. We all want to be healthy and happy. And it's not just a nice idea, but a system that works, that asks if medicine isn't the only option and puts you first. With a wide range of solutions to help you get through, a social prescription could help you too.
Thank you. Are we okay to go back to the slides? Fantastic. Thank you. So hopefully what that spoken word video has shown is a little bit, and this is a model, I guess, of that in relation to how you could, as a patient or a person who goes to see their GP, may be prescribed to see a social prescribing link worker who connects a person into things that are happening in the community, with the recognition that we need to be more preventative with our health and holistic in our approach. Now, we also recognise that link worker role, whilst the NHS is investing in developing that workforce, we can all be a link worker, we can all connect. And I think I heard someone in the audience saying it's all about connection and joining the dots, and I couldn't agree more. It is kind of raising awareness of the value of what some of you in the audience currently offer Leicester in the activity and offers that you put on, and also for the people that want to connect. But it's great, isn't it, to hear that the NHS is formalising this route. They are appreciating, valuing, understanding the need to collaborate with the third sector, and that the third sector brings this opportunity for a holistic and preventative healthcare. So while social prescribing, which is starred on this slide, is one of 6 ways that the NHS is personalising our care so that we have more choice and control about what it is that we need and what we can access. I think this is really revolutionary, and it's fantastic that we can be part of this together. But at the same time, it's not about it being done to us. It's about being quite proactive in saying how you want that being evolved and developed, and saying if it's not working for you. And part of what my work involves is being able to have that say. So I'm going to skip the next video just because of time, but I do recommend, if you want to know more about how all this change that's going on in the NHS is actually affecting various other sectors and partners, the King's Fund do a fantastic video that sort of depicts this change and talks about like integrated care systems, which is a phrase I'm not going to go into today due to time, but a lot is happening, a lot of change is taking place, and it's really important, like was mentioned earlier, that we share information, that we are informed, and we also have choice to change what might be moving forward if there's better ways of doing things. So where does National Academy of Social Prescribing sit with all this? They offer sort of 6 areas themselves to support the development of social prescribing, and that can be across globally. And it's also the important work of recognising what community groups are doing, and that's what's in pink with the thriving communities. So whilst lots of organisations tend to have lots of different areas to support the work, in this case, I'm going to speak more about the Thriving Communities opportunity today. So Thriving Communities, they had to establish 7 regional leads across England, and I'm representing the West and East Midlands, and I work alongside Sammy. We have various partners that we work with, crossing lots of different parts of different sectors, but also representing specialisms, perhaps whether that's the faith groups, the creative, the historic, the young people, and money and pension, the practical support and help, whatever it may be. We tend to partner and support to connect with social prescribing as an opportunity to reach out to ensure that when you do go to your GP and you do want something preventative, and maybe not have the medical option at all, that you can, that is an almost seamless journey for you, and that you're really well supported. And perhaps even better than going to your GP is knowing that support and feeling that connection in your community, and not needing that reliance on the GP for your health and well-being. So I work with other organisations like COS, and Camlet is one of our community ambassadors. And I find these people the most important in being on the ground and being very aware of the needs and networking, as I can see from just this event today being put together, how well, you are so connected, but how much we need to understand each other and the roles that we're playing. And I'm noting down quite a lot of the speakers today, just because of, I can see those connections with my work and theirs, even if it's one specific around health. it is all interlinked for our overall health and inner peace. So I'm not going to go into the program, but just to say that the practical aspect of what I offer is a free learning together program. And that conversation you've had today with the person you sat next to is because I genuinely believe that we all can learn from each other. I'm not here today presenting, perhaps for some of you, this is all information you've heard before. Some, this may be new, or varying layers of understanding of social prescribing and what's happening within the NHS. So it's really important, if anything, that we do connect and that we understand each other and our roles and opportunities. So it's all about kind of, if you want to go fast, you can go alone, but actually to go far, we need to go together. And that's from Al Gore. And I really adopt that in my work amongst other principles. So if you want to be part of, as a community provider, to link in and to get that support from local infrastructure organisations or your regional representatives or your own community ambassadors like you are today, with CAMLA offering this opportunity to come together. There's also other opportunities within the programme where you can have your time to think and work through issues and problems you may be facing. And there's lots of resources. So I'm trying to compile a lot of information that is out there in a way that is meaningful for you as a third sector to understand and help engage with other sectors such as local authority and NHS around connecting with citizens and people who may need you in their community. And there's also sort of one-to-one support offered from myself. And because I really want to hear a lot more about the work that is being done in Leicester. And I must admit that as an area, you're so diverse and it's fantastic, everything that I'm hearing. But the one issue that I'm trying to overcome or support is connecting community providers with these link workers. And there does seem to be some disconnect with some providers and the link workers. So if that is something that you're also struggling with as a provider, please do reach out. And I hope it's been useful today to come in and speak, but I would love the opportunity to take any questions. I've got some questions I've put on the presentation as well, but really you're more than welcome to pop me an email and get in touch to hear more and to share. How much time have we got, Kamala, for questions and answers?
We've got another 5 minutes.
Fantastic. Oh, I can't see the audio. Oh, sorry, my screen. I can't see the audience at the minute, so I'm relying on you to. Oh, it's coming now. I can't make it any bigger. I think that's the issue. Has anyone got any questions they would like to ask me, or maybe you just feel more comfortable connecting with me after the event, and that's also fine.
Yeah, so Sarah, I think that you put your email there. So if anybody wants to get in touch, they can. I can put you as a solo layout, and if you've got any questions, I can pass it over. Yeah, so we've got
So, from a leadership perspective, Sarah, what's the number one biggest challenge that you're facing at the moment that I, as somebody who lives in the community, can do to help?
Fantastic. That's a great question. I think I often, when I discuss with partners, they often say that people don't engage in the kind of surveys or the questionnaires that they need to understand perspectives and different views. And I think sometimes as a citizen, we can feel that they're not going to be listened to and that it's just a survey for the sake of it and it's not necessarily a valuable use of your time. Sometimes can be the case. So as a citizen, I think engagement is the key in terms of sort of a leadership role. There's an element where I can I always give opportunity for sort of feedback and to let me know if anything could be improved, etc. But I often don't hear views unless something's really going wrong, which, you know, it's sometimes helpful to also know what's going right and what to be continues to be improved on. So I think your experience is key. I think we all have experience with our health system, with our own health and well-being that is really valuable. How we choose to share that and how we connect with our GPs or how we connect with those opportunities is perhaps can be area specific, and it could be sort of subject to what you're exposed to. And I don't know if that's particularly helpful, but that's my initial thoughts to the question.
So my takeaway from that is what I'm hearing is it would be really useful to help to provide some good examples of where things are working, and I've got some of those actually, not for now, because it would take up too much time, but what's the best way of getting that back through to you? I live in South Leicestershire in the Market Harbour area, just to give that some context.
Fantastic, thank you. I mean, even though I don't directly work with people who might have those experience per se, I would say the reason why I've sort of, I guess, recruited someone like Kamla is that it would be great for you to share those views, and Kamla could either escalate that via myself in terms of if that relates, or I might say, actually bypass me and the work that I'm doing, and actually this needs to be heard by NHS on this level, because those that I have heard within the NHS, they do tend to say they start their meetings with a case history, a story, a way of which they want to hear what is happening so that they can direct their work and it inform their work. So it is certainly going to be listened to. So I'm happy for you to directly email me or to connect, or, you know, because Kamla's there today, if you prefer to have that in-person conversation. It's entirely up to you, but I would love to hear about that experience. If you're happy to share, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Any other? Yeah. So we've got another one. Can you see that, Sarah?
Yes. Yeah, please come in.
Hello. I'd just like to ask whether the NHS actually has a database of holistic experts that they can draw upon. Actual fact, what they should be, what areas should be covered, and you know what results that they might expect to see if they go down those particular routes.
Fantastic. So I'm hearing, have the NHS got a database of holistic options, and what are their kind of outcome measures? What are they looking at to achieve? Is that?
Yes, it is in a way.
Yeah.
Because obviously your emphasis seems to be upon trying to derive from the community what they need. And the community perhaps don't necessarily know what they need. Whereas holistic experts do, because they've learned by experience how to offer healing and treatment to people that get results. So I just wondered if you were at that end of the spectrum as well.
I'm probably more at that end of the spectrum, where it's the providers who are offering the alternative or therapeutic opportunities rather than the recipient or the participant receiving that treatment or healthcare offer or activity. Because it's so broad, it's really hard for me to find a term that encapsulates it all. But I think this is where the value of the program, if you are someone with, because I absolutely agree, my background is in setting up a community interest company offering therapeutic arts and arts therapy for just over a decade. And I'd say the value of that journey has informed this role more than anything, because I've understood a lot of the struggles and barriers to connecting with, for example, the NHS and receiving those referrals. So in terms of a database, that is something within itself, and the Learn Together program has an opportunity to look at how we can improve the database of providers so that there is better information and knowledge of what is out there. And in terms of kind of the outcomes, that's also a piece of work. Obviously, they all connect, but there's lots of different solutions or better ways of working that we're collaborating on, which is all about kind of looking at different ways of collecting data and informing the person who's, actually receiving the service or treatment, and whether they want to share their story and data to help inform healthcare in what's working and what's not working. But yeah, I really encourage you, if this is of interest to you, these are areas we do go in much more depth on the Learn Together program. An opportunity to connect with me. I'd love to have more of a conversation with you about it. I think allied health professionals in themselves is a whole area that isn't as well connected as it could be. And I certainly feel like there's lots of room for improvement in many areas. We wouldn't be in a, I guess, health crisis if there wasn't lots of room for improvement. So hopefully, sorry I don't have the answers in time today, but please do connect with me. Come on, Kamala.
I was just going to say, maybe we've got everybody's emails that have registered for this event. I'm just thinking whether I can organize as cause a Zoom meeting of all those people that are interested to connect with you directly, and that serves my community ambassador role as well, I suppose. But it also generates the interest, because once we establish that, there will be other people that these people will be connected with, and they will join, and that role can be becoming more effective as we go along.
Absolutely, I agree. That would be fantastic, Cameron. Very much appreciated. And I appreciate I've probably taken all my time here. But if you do have any more questions, you can either contact me directly, but like Cameron said, there'll be opportunity to connect as well through perhaps an online or in person, because we are working on that. I will come down to Leicester. I'm not too far from you all.
Organize it somewhere around here with the DMU, because the DMU is also have got well-being as one of their key priorities, and social prescribing is part of that. And they've connected with the 3 universities and the local authorities. And one of Dr. Indrani's colleagues is actually very keen, and I know I've introduced her to you. Perhaps we have been talking about doing an event in October during Mental Health Day or somewhere around there. If this comes about, then that would be a wonderful opportunity for an in-person kind of thing. But it's at early stages, so yeah, we can look at that.
Absolutely, that sounds fantastic. Thank you ever so much for having me.
Any other questions? No? Okay,
great. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's to email if anybody wants to write it down. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. People in the background. If she wants to listen. She can stay in the background if you want.
Yeah, she wants to talk. So I think that she has got things to
Okay, so now we've not done the neurographs.
We can start with the neuropathy and then.
Oh no, we've got 10 minutes. We've got 10 minutes. So it's 3:15, and we've got Michelle coming on in 15 minutes. So we can either do.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'll just introduce the tactics and then you can take it away with them rather than
Yes, that's really,
It won't be 20 minutes.
that's 15 minutes, so we can divide in between us. Yeah.
Yeah, I only need 5 minutes.
Yeah. No, you do it first, so you introduce the poetry techniques, and we introduce the neurographic techniques, and then people can, because there are things on the YouTube anyway.
Yeah.
What's the name?
Yeah.
Just to how then you would speak. Will it mess up if I put the open screens like that?
You can use this one. You can use the document camera to do it there. Do you want to do? Yeah. Go for it.
That's even better.
Yeah.
What, and it'll be, it's something that I wanted to actually write on there.
Yes, look at that. Yeah. So you can write it here. With your pen.
Oh, right, on, right, okay, yeah, is that all right, pen and paper? Thank you.
I've got the.
Yeah, that's clever, isn't it? Yeah, I feel like I'm on Judge Judy now. No, not at all now, yeah. You can tell, can't you, that it changes. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I don't know whether everyone can see me over there, but we're just doing a little kind of introduction into poetry. Writing poetry is something that I have really relied on in the past. It started off just as a bit of a passion and a hobby, but then in my teenage years, it was something that that I needed to help me deal with emotions. So I know the benefits of it in terms of your well-being and mental health. So I am just going to give you a couple of tactics so that you can hopefully create your own poem. And I'm going to start with a kind of an acrostic and just a bit of a funny story to do with that. And then just some tips on how to make rhyming poetry so that you can either give a message, a kind of bolder stance, or you can even use it for advertising if you can get rhyming in there. Obviously, we saw the spoken word on the screen as well. So an acrostic poem then, if I just write that word down, just a nice simple poem where you write the letters down the side and you go off of those. So I thought, for example, if you were going to do peace, with that being our theme, you would write it down the side like this, and then you can either just do one word for each, or you use that to start your sentence. So that one for me is just a really nice starter poem, just to get people off the block and gives them a little bit of direction. Now, when I spoke to my brother about this, he absolutely had me in stitches, because I was saying about how accessible this type of poetry is. And he said he remembered when he was taught acrostics at school. So he wrote his name down the side of the page like this. His name is James. I'm sure he's going to love me for sharing this story with you all today, but it's just so perfect in terms of that creative brain. And he said he sat there and he's like, okay, he's shy anyway, and he's got to think of a word that begins with each of these letters. So in the end, he's like, James, Ames, Mess, S. And that was kind of as creative as he could bring himself to be. So even if that is all you can achieve, it is still an achievement. It's still it's all about having a bit of fun with it. So the acrostic poem, you don't have to make it rhyme. It gives you a little bit of direction. in terms of rhyming poetry, a lot of people feel like to get the rhyme in there is to kind of achieve the poem. But if it doesn't come naturally to you, or if you have not got a grasp on language or whatever it might be, there are a couple of kind of cheats that I can give you. So I've printed this sheet out. So if anybody does want a copy, I've got a couple of copies, and I think there's a photocopier in the building as well, so I can always photocopy it. But just to go through it really quickly, if you think of a topic or a theme, so for example, if we were thinking about peace, then you jot down some keywords and phrases around that. So you might be thinking about it encapsulating a nation, or it being an individual feeling. And then what you can do is you can create a word bank for the last words of the line that you want to rhyme. So you can either think up your first line that you wanted to rhyme, and you might say peace is a feeling within you. You know, that's your first line. And then you go through the alphabet and just rhyme that word with each of the alphabet, but also these start chunk sounds that we have as well. So if you're trying to rhyme you, for example, I would just go through and say boo, coo, do, foo, goo, hoo, ju, coo, loo, moo. And you can actually write down any of those words that you think are relevant that will help in the next line of that poetry. So the more you look at this as a bit of a process, and kind of almost like baking a cake and putting together all the ingredients, it does take away that the flow aspect, but it allows people to rhyme if that's something that they wanted to do. So thinking of your topic, jot down any keywords or phrases, rhyme them using this technique, write your first line, and then whatever word is at the end of that line is the one that you rhyme. If the line at the end of the word is too difficult, too tricky, then maybe change the wording. So you can either kind of reword the sentence to bring another one of the words to the end of the line, or just think of a different word that means the same thing, that's simpler to rhyme. And the final point that I wanted to make is, if you have a longer word like poetry, that does have 3 syllables, but just rhyme the tree part at the end, and you will usually find something that will still kind of add to that flow. So nationally, poetry. So you can kind of just break it into the syllables and help you to do a word bank like that. I've got a poetry book out that's available on Amazon that includes all my poems that I wrote as a teenager, and then when I got to my 30s, I replied to those poems. So it's a little bit of a kind of self-guide, and it's good for teenagers because they don't believe that as old fogies have ever been young. So it works quite well with the teens because they're reading something that I wrote when I was full of anger and attitude at age 13. And then they're seeing something I've written back in my 30s. And it kind of shows them that you are 2 different people from, well, many, many different people, not just from a teen. Has anybody got any questions about writing poetry, or any kind of issues that they've come against that I could perhaps help them with? Go for it.
I'd just like to say thank you, Lindsay, for simplifying something a bit more complicated.
You're more than welcome. Yeah, but the thing is, go with the flow, try and just let whatever's on your mind come forward. But then once you've got that paragraph, you could then go through it and use this tactic to try and make it rhyme that little bit, make it that little bit more special. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. And like I say, there are a couple of copies of these, but I can get more copied for you. All right. Thank you. Yeah, no, and if anyone writes any piece poetry, it'd be lovely to hear them. Shall I go and get these copied now and then I can give them out? Or, yeah.
So Michelle's showing it, isn't it? Then we will do after.
And then you could do like, and that could like be very original poem. It's quite empowering. That's nice. It's really empowering. Oh, definitely. I should have said that to my brother. He can have rather than that is got older.
We'll start and give time to Michelle to join. He's not joined yet. Omar, would you like to go now? Yeah? Yes? All right. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes. Or you can stand here.
Yeah.
Because then you can sit here. Maybe with that high chair. Yeah, just stand. I'll move on the camera. I'm just trying to find the slides.
That's okay. Leave it. That's all right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm sure that's okay. I just need to introduce a bit about what we are doing. Okay. That's how many minutes you want to share? 5? Yeah, that's all right. All right.
Okay. Now,
you want to
I'll introduce you.
That's it.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, that's fine.
So, I would like to introduce Omar Shazari from the Enactus team at the Demonte University. These are the young students that are actually studying and choosing to volunteer their time to community groups like ours, and I commend them for being involved in helping out today and yesterday. And I'd like to thank her and maybe give her the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Indrani and Shekhanda for such a great opportunity to give us. And we came here, we learned a lot today. It was such an amazing day for me. Especially, I learned a lot from the professionals. I didn't expect something like this going on in our society. I do know about database like what's going on in the universities, what's going on, but knowing a big organization and big things going on in Leicester is really amazing. So, for me, I'm playing a role of president of Enactus. So we are here since 2017. So our society is non-profit organization in the whole world. So we are like student-led society as well. There are like 4 different projects we are working on right now, which is called Work Compound, which is about the homelessness. There's EnviroGreen, which is about the environment and about food as well. We have allotment for that in the university as well. And other than that, we have Project Fund, which is about dental poverty in Leicester. We are working with different families to provide them with dental pads and make them register with the dentist as well in the Leicester. We have one more project, which is like kind of international project, and it's about Sadhu Sehat. What it is about is like we are trying to get like recycling equipment from the hospital and sending them to the underdeveloped countries so that they can use it. Because I saw there are a lot of companies and countries, underdeveloped countries, they are not able to get access to the equipment that we are just like throwing away, like some expiring and some that we can recycle them. So we are trying to do that. Other than that, we are also having our sustainability team, which is like mainly focused upon the sustainability. How can we make our project sustainable? And we are working towards 13 UN sustainable goals right now. And this year we had the opportunity, 2 of our members went to the UN mission to to represent the university there, and we were able to present our society there, like what we are doing in university, in the society, in like Leicester as well. And this is all about our society. So if you would like to know more about our society, please do reach to me. And my LinkedIn is Komal Shivnati, and we are open to get help and to help other people as well. Thank you. If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Explained everything really well.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very proud that young people have been given the opportunity as well to get engaged like this and help their CVs as well. So that's great.
We've got our good things as well, haven't we? Great, so I get to it Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Definitely hear you.
Oh, good. Hello, everybody. Excuse me.
So I'd like to introduce everyone to Michelle, Dr. Michelle Spinella. She is our official, the Plus TV is our official partner. All of today has been recorded and we are going global. So next week, when it's the actual 21st of September, which is the International Day of Peace, we're hoping that Peacecast TV will be able to run the videos that we saw during the break time, and people have a quick chat, and then we can all have a chat with Peacecast TV, what they do, and maybe ask questions and just engage. So, everybody so welcome, Dr. Michelle Spinella, to Leicester University.
Thank you so much. I'm always amazed at the technology, really. And I'm just curious, I'm wondering if your tech people can pull up on the screen the video from YouTube. It's a poetry slam. It's 2 minutes. And if that's possible at some point, it would be great to show the conference. Say again?
Is that the one that you just sent on WhatsApp? That one?
Yes, but I think you have to access it directly from YouTube, because in my WhatsApp it came up as video not available, but it is available if you go to the YouTube channel. In the meantime, you can let me know when you're ready, but in the meantime, I will just, what?
Sorry, we're just trying to work out whether we've actually got that.
Okay. In any case, hello, everyone. It's so nice to be with you. Let me just tell you a little bit about Peacecast TV and how we began, which was basically as a creative reaction to mainstream media, which really shows they do not know how to cover peace. The paradigm that they use is always in the context of war. And as we all know, peace is so much more than the absence of war. But we don't really see that in the media, in mainstream media. So we wanted to create a venue, a platform where different peace builders, peace lovers around the world could show their content. And that's and also to promote the UN International Day of Peace, which here in the US is really under promoted, under recognized. Unlike Earth Day, which hopefully at least we're on board with that a little bit in any case. So every year, Peacecast TV curates a worldwide webcast called the Peacecast. And we air it for as long as it's Peace Day anywhere in the world. So in Australia, we begin on September 20th because it's the September 21st there, the UN International Day of Peace. We've been doing this for 13 years, and it's an all-volunteer international team. And I would like to invite all of you to send us content that inspires you, that you feel should be seen. We primarily use short clips, but we'll view anything you send. I really feel that I know that De Montfort University has a wonderful communications department and media focus. And I really see in educational institutions, some forward-thinking, forward-feeling institutions are really focused on the ethical aspect of how you do news, how you report events around the world. So I'd like to give you two resources for other organizations that we also partner with and collaborate with that do news from a peace building perspective. One is the Peace News Network, PNN. They have on-the-ground reporters around the world, but their focus, unlike mainstream news, is they report from conflict zones. So even though they're in a conflict zone, their angle of reportage does not inflame divisions. It's comes from a point of view of resolution, or I try to stay away from the word objectivity because that is so loaded. And I don't know, when I was in grad school, I learned that the best part of objectivity was managing my subjectivity. So it's an ethical journalistic point of view that has gotten critical review in past few years. Not that it's not important, but it's a much deeper and richer conversation for the most part. And it's like anything, it's like the evolution of consciousness that is represented in professional fields. And we as students, as activists, as academics, I feel need to be pushing our fields, to the social values that will keep us peaceful and well, which is that notion that peace is fundamental. And without peace, we really can't have prosperity. And so what we did at Peacecast TV, which I think was in a way quite brilliant, because as you all know, the word peace is also very loaded. And when you say it, there's so many concepts and ideas. We each have our idea of what that word means. So what we did basically was just to create a platform, a media platform called Peacecast TV. And on that platform, we put many different points of view. So we ourselves, even though we do have a point of view, we don't have to define peace. We don't have to put that point of view out there, because our basic point of view is that peace is so broad-based and so fundamental that it reaches into every field of human endeavor, whether it's domestic. I'm careful of labels, so I will say it, but I'm always looking for other ways of saying things. For example, I was going to say domestic violence issues, school bullying. I recently heard, instead of saying inmates or parolees, people leaving the penal system are called oh my God, what's the word? Prison leavers. People leaving that have left prison. And I really think that we really need to be creative on so many levels, you know, with in order to transform the world we live in. So, and poetry is a great way. I mean, I know that, I think the previous session was poetry, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it really, yeah. Well, I heard someone say that if the gangs in LA had studied Shakespeare, they wouldn't be, you know, there would be less gang violence. So anyway, I will stop. And if y'all have questions or if you have that video, it'd be great to show it. And even if you don't, I would like to recommend on YouTube, on the YouTube channel, the Search for Common Ground. The video is called A Muslim and Jewish Girls Bold Poetry Slam. It's great. It's really cool. It's 2 minutes. It's very short.
We're going to try, but I think we're going to have to struggle because taking it off and then bringing it back in will be...
Sure.
But I've taken that down and I will be contacting everyone after the event to thank them and keep them connected. So I will send that link to them.
Okay, great.
So today we've had quite a lot of conversations. I don't know if you heard any of them before you came on, but there's been, well, obviously you did, but it's been a fantastic opportunity to just relay the information. There's so much information that what I would also say to everybody is that you want to catch up on this, so you'll need to look at it. And please do go to our YouTube channel and like our channel as well. So we're looking forward to creating a highlights video. If you know, with particularly with global messaging, because we've had a few global messaging content. We'll create maybe a 5 to 7 minute video clip. If you would be rolling that during the Peace Day from the 20th to the end of the 21st kind of thing, we would love that. What we'd love to be less on the map. And I want to compare the morning sessions. There's some very unique features of Leicester. Between Leicester Quarter, Peace and Africa,
Kamala, you're cutting out a bit. I didn't get all of that, but excuse me.
You got the gist of it.
I got the gist.
So you know, we want to develop this partnership with Eastcast TV and perhaps even some of the partners that you work with to generate this momentum. Because if we do have this opportunity of the international hub status, and we want to be able to, from the grassroots level, give an opportunity for the communities in Leicester, but also the leaders in Leicester, something tangible that will benefit all parties. So, my point of view, the ideas that COS has developed over a number of years has the city to gain a lot of skills on the one hand, on investment. Some of the things that were talked about this morning by the North and from the Demonte University point of view,
yes,
that can generate continuing.
Right. Well, and you know, the visual medium. One of our tags on Peacecast TV is well, we have two, but the one that we use the most because it's almost the best one is making peace visible. Because really, if we do not see it, if universities and NGOs and organizations don't produce basically short clips, there's research that says 5 minutes is the most viewed videos are 5 minutes. So many videos and short videos on different aspects because the topics are complex. but you can make them bite-sized. Not to say only sound bites, because we need the depth and we need the breadth. But in the visual world, if you want your video to be seen, it's the shorter the better. And sometimes really short videos, I've seen videos for 1 minute that were so impactful. And I would like to invite the Du Montfort students to engage with us as well. You know, you can send us videos that you just like. You know, you don't have to be a producer. You can be help us curate, find content. Excuse me, my body is betraying me. You can find videos that you feel the message is important, and help us and help people see important messages for peace. Excuse me.
And in terms of what the students can do, we, again, I mean, similarly to the social prescribing, I would like to then be able to bring everybody together for one part to be on social work together to make love.
Kamla, I'm sorry. I think I have to exit. I'm so happy to be a part of this, and I wish you all good luck. I don't know what happened. I guess that's the cue, my take her off stage cue. Be well, you all. Peace and well-being.
Thank you. Thanks very
Thank
much.
you. Bye-bye.
I suppose it was close.
Now that I'm leaving, everything is calm.
Okay, do you wanna say any few words, last few words, or are you feeling okay?
No, just that it's that I wish you all well, and peace builders everywhere are really honored and admirable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your 13 years of doing all this. This has really inspired me, actually.
Right.
I
Actually, it's you know, and that's the power of teamwork. You know, a good team, inspired. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, so I just left. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming today. We have what we did say at the end, and I make a sincere apology to the Canals and Rivers Trust, who are also our official partners, as are the DMU. We thank the DMU for providing us with a venue and some assistance in various things, and the Canals and Rivers Trust for offering to take us for a little walk down the canal if you so wish for a few minutes. This is why we made you sit all day. Some exercise. Otherwise, social prescribing will be our business. You can, for like 10 minutes, and you'll be surprised.
I've got trainers in the bag.
There you go. There you go. So, I would like to thank everyone. I'd like to also, something that I didn't mention is to thank everybody that's been involved last year, because not many of them have been here today. We do recognize that every year we will be developing things, and whatever is in front of us at the time, we will run with that. So it's not like we're leaving anybody behind, but we're asking you to actually actively stay involved rather than we pulling you every time. So, because it is very draining. We are a non-profit organization. We have no funding, and I think we've provided you with our bank details. If you do want to make a donation, we would very much welcome it. And please be connected with us, because we are going to generate new events that are very relevant with organizations and institutions. And I think now that we've got the momentum, we want to continue and build on it, and we need your help in that. And just a little thing, if you've got any sort of suggestions and you want to get involved in social prescribing, as Sarah mentioned, I've just taken up the community ambassador role for Leicester, Leicestershire and Rutland. And if you're interested in getting into the Canals and Rivers Trust kind of area of work, these are all areas which I want to generate ideas around the peace project that I'm talking about. It is very, very connected. You won't believe the potential of what we can achieve together. And now the leaders are listening to it. But you need to hear it. It's a long process to understand what and then to be inspired or motivated to support it. So we will be in touch with you. Please don't just say, oh gosh, another email. Please read it and please come to the events. Thank you very much. Thank you. So if you want to go for a walk, we do need to know how many we're going with and how many coming back, just in case if you fall. Abby's our lead, and I'll walk in the back. And then one of the rules is, before we forget, if there's a bike or a person or something in the way, you shout out, bye. Bye. Yeah. And right.
Yeah. Yes, I have to tidy up. Yeah. Oh, thank you.